Live from the Atlantis Paradise Island Resort, the Own Bahamas Foundation presents Own Talks 2025, featuring Barbara Corcoran, Vusi Thembakwayo, and His Excellency Sebastian Bastian. Get ready for a life-changing experience that is guaranteed to activate your passion and desire for success. Now welcome our broadcast hosts Janaea Noel and Devontae Hannah.
Good evening. 10 years ago, a spark was lit, a spark of vision, of creativity, of ingenuity, a spark where many Bahamians, for the first time perhaps ever, found a spot where they can grow and thrive and become and dream. 10 years later, this movement has taken hold. In fact, it's become its own thing. It's the premier event of its kind in the Bahamas. Welcome to Own Talks 2025, where this year's theme is Activate. We're going to find out more about that in just a moment. Hello to all of you. Thank you and welcome to the broadcast. I'm Shanique Miller. I am joined by Carlo Ramsey. He is, of course, an executive at IL Cares. And Carlo, good evening to you. It's great to have you here. Welcome to the broadcast.
Live?
Yes, we are.
I'm sorry, Shanique.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. It's fluid. It's live, and we're doing it.
There's a lot going on. Yes. Thank you for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Listen, it's so awesome. I know that you are busy, even sitting next to me, still putting things together, making sure it's done. But Carlo, let's just talk about what's happening right now, where we are. You all, of course, you are very familiar each year. This is something called the marketplace. Now, this marketplace is better than it was last year, if that's possible, but it is. Carlo, let's just talk about the 50-plus businesses that are represented here this evening outside the ballroom.
This is speechless. We wanted to trump what we did last year. We wanted to invite more people, more vendors wanted to be a part of this initiative, and we host as much people as we possibly can. Mm-hmm. We even got some persons at the very last moment. We made space for them, for their business, to be represented there.
This is... If you want to be seen, whether you are someone that's new into business, or whether you obviously are a staple, a brand, as several of them are here as well. But if you want to be seen anywhere in the Bahamas or Matter, you fight to get a spot here.
Yeah, this is Network Central. This is Network Central. We have all your business essentials for small, medium, and just small businesses, medium businesses, entrepreneurship just growing. Everybody that you need to be here is here, along with past winners, present winners. When I say winners, I mean own grant recipients. We have Women's Haven. We have Tranquility Spa. We have BTC is here, Inland Revenue. Who else? We have Happy Healing. We have different walks of life, past winners and businesses here at Owen's Marketplace.
Really amazing that Own Marketplace, and that is what it is. You all, the Own Talks really has mushroomed in the last 10 years. In fact, it is just an incredible event to be seen, to know that, hey, I've been there, to kind of just make it known that you in the room. And we're going to get to the empowerment aspect of it in a minute. But let's just talk about over the last 10 years, more than $3 million given in grants, not loans, not, hey, listen, you know what I mean, give me that little slow thing. No, in grants to get many businesses started.
So let me just so it's over 3 million invested total.
Yes.
One program, grants, the whole nine.
Yes.
And it is one of a kind. It is a one of a kind venture that you have an opportunity to be given a grant, like you said, not a loan, nothing to pay back, but a grant to grow your dream, your business. And we have touched more than 40 Bahamian businesses through that initiative.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and what's going to happen here this evening? I know, of course, it has reaches just all over the place. It's not just one thing with the grants to business and potential entrepreneurs, just what you described a moment ago. This evening, though, two very lucky Bahamians who aspire to, obviously, entrepreneurship will have an opportunity to pitch live. Like, I know, first of all, that's nerve-wracking. We all know that. But talk about how that's going to look in the room.
So how it is what we did was we wanted to do something different with one of the odd wrinkles. Every year we're going to do something different. And it being the 10th year, we decided as a team, we came up with some ideas, and this was the idea that one. We open up the application portal for, I think we had over 100 applicants that shared videos about their business and what they want to do. We narrowed down to a few. And those lucky few are going to pitch their business, like you say, live in front of thousands of Bahamians and in front of, you have Vusi Temawau.
Yes. I love that name, by the way.
Barbara Corcoran. And of course, His Excellency Sebastian Bastian.
Yes.
That is a panel that is priceless.
You cannot, listen,
right, you can't put a tag on
Carlo,
that.
we know that you can't pay to ever appear in front of a panel like that. You can't pay to have that level of panel listen to your business idea and give you ideas and feedback, and perhaps you walk away with this grant. Right. So it's just stunning as a whole. Let's just talk about in the ballroom. You will see in this ballroom, you will get to see that live a little bit later this evening. But that ballroom has minimum 4,000 to 6,000 chairs.
That's plenty.
That is plenty.
That's plenty.
And I know it's been oversubscribed because people have been calling me, asking me, listen, where can they get tickets? Talk about just sort of the appetite for this year's event.
You know us being as we last minute, you know. The ticket applications was going, you know, steady, and just shot off like a rocket. We had places sitting outside from after 4 waiting to get on the inside. Mm-hmm. So the anticipation for this event is also nice. And we hope that, I'm sure that we're going to meet everybody's palate.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, I'm certain of that. Listen, we have a great feature and coming up throughout this live broadcast. You will get to see in a moment one of the winners, of the grant winners, who now is thriving in business and doing incredibly well. We'll get to that in a moment as soon as my team tells me that that's ready. But let's just talk about this year's theme. Every year is something different. I think last year was Thrive, and other years it's just, and one word, by the way.
Yeah, so
you all really just above board and everything.
Yeah,
so this year is Activate.
Activate, yes.
What does that mean exactly?
It's time to put it together. It's time to go for it. Let's not sit down anymore. Let's activate it. If it's a business that you've been putting off, if it's a relationship, if it's a promotion, if it's an educational something that you want to do, anything you do, just activate it. Let's get it together. Let's go forward and make it happen.
I love that. It gives me, when I saw that word and I thought about it, just mulled it over. It's like, it's time to get it done, just as you said. I mean, the person whose idea and brainchild this is, His Excellency Sebastian Bastian, he is somebody who is activated over and over and over again. And if we need a local example, I think he's an excellent one for us. I mentioned him, of course, he always addresses the audience every year. But let's just talk about Barbara Corcoran.
Oh, wow. Shark Tank Queen. Listen, it is going to be epic. If you can hear me and you're not here, come on now. This is the place to be. It is going to be one for the record books. I promise you. This 10th year of One Talks is going to be one for the record books. And you want to be here live. You don't want to miss it.
Listen, the energy in the room is second to none. I know you think you're watching, and you are, and that's good. It's good to have you watching. That's why we're doing this. But the energy in the room is something that will get you activated. Really awesome. Speaking of activated, we have some wonderful features, Carlo, of people who have won in previous years. Let's take a look at one of our first winners that we're going to feature for you this evening.
My name is Indira Raman, and the business is Luxury Portable Restroom Rental. The idea for Luxury Portable Restroom Rentals was born out of a simple but powerful observation. Even the most beautiful events, weddings, private parties, outdoor festivals, often fell short in a critical area, restrooms. I recognize a gap in the market for high-end, well-managed, and professionally serviced portable restroom solutions that can match the elegance and experience of the events they support. Being a recipient means a lot to me. It's truly an honor. For where this dream started, no one actually believed in what was being built. So, therefore, being a recipient has changed everything for me, whereas they see what we're building, and now we can actually show the community what's to come. So the process for me for applying for this grant, it was exciting. From the moment the portal opened, I was on it, to be honest. Starting my business plan myself, trying to iron out every single detail, every key point, trying to make it more unique and stand out from anything I've done, was a challenge. The long nights, the time away from my hobbies and activities to really lock in and focus was there. It was all worth it. The first thing was to completing my business plan. Once that was done and I was submitted, every day I was checking my emails, every single day. They wanted financials. The financials and the comparisons along with the current businesses that actually performs this service, I had to now see exactly where I come in. After all of that was said and done, I finally got the letter stating that my application has been approved and I was one of the grant winners. With the grant and this being a consistent, yearly supportive program, I advise anyone out there inspired to become an entrepreneur, go for it.
Welcome back to Own Talks 2025.
Welcome back out live here at the Atlantis Ballroom, just outside the ballroom. We are here in what is known as the marketplace at these OWN events. This is the 10th anniversary of OWN Talks, an incredible arena, really an environment where dreams come to life, where persons with a dream, whether it's been dormant for years, whether it's something new, they're in the room. Even business owners for decades are in the room here because the information that's shared really is priceless. You all know, those in the business space and empowerment space, what you pay annually or perhaps for a conference, thousands of dollars just to be able to get in the room and attend those conferences. Well, these conferences for the last 10 years have been free of charge. And you have seen global leaders grace stages here in the Bahamas, whether it's at this resort or another venue, grace stages in the Bahamas and free of charge to us, those in the audience, and to many of the thousands that show up, that they are able to share their experiences, empower Bahamians to step out, take that leap of faith, walk on water, if you will, and go after that dream. This year, 2025, the theme is Activate, and you heard Carlo Ramsey, an executive at IL Cares, talk about what that Activate means. We are welcoming. Just come and have a seat. Just come sit right here tomorrow. Yes. We are, of course, expecting BTC, an executive from BTC, to join us. Delmaro, you are live. I don't know if you want the people to see you actually like that. Turn around real quick, because you're live. Right on that same big screen right there. Okay, come sit, have a seat. Yes, come have a seat. Yes, of course, we are preparing for an executive from BTC to join us and speak about the fact that every year BTC is very minded to show up and be in the room. You are looking, by the way, at live shots of the ballroom. I mean, just stunning, isn't it? There are thousands of seats, many persons, as you can see, starting to trickle in there because they want to make sure they grab their favorite spot where they want to be and just be able to be positioned well to hear from Barbara Corcoran, from Vusi. I cannot and I will not dare pronounce his last name, but he's a South African and certainly a global leader, a global investor, someone who's quite influential. And of course, our very own His Excellency Sebastian Bastian, who too will be speaking here to the thousands of people here. Once again, I'm Shanique Miller. Welcome to this broadcast. We are in the marketplace area just outside the ballroom where more than 50 businesses and business owners are here this evening to just sell, to introduce themselves, to have Bahamians be aware of what they do, and obviously to help cement their brand here at these Own Talks. Welcome to the broadcast. It's good to have you here. Good evening to you, Delmaro. It's awesome to have you here. Delmaro Duncombe, he is an executive at BTC. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, my good friend Shanique. It's so good to see you again.
It's wonderful to see you. It's been a minute.
It has been.
But first, let's just talk about telecommunications and the role telecommunications, in particular BTC, plays at an event like OWN, and why it's important that you be in this room, in this setting.
Well, we all know BTC has been around from time immemorial, right? Ironically, we're getting ready to celebrate 60 years of service to this great country. And so BTC, the telco, over the years has been the backbone and the foundation for telecommunications in this country. And for that, we are very proud. A lot of firsts in this country in telecoms came as a result of the telco. And since that time, we've evolved into delivering more innovative services, cell phone, mobile, fiber. So those things are ongoing. And so it just makes sense for us to partner with Own Talks because this has become the premier business leadership, innovation, thought leadership event, I think, in the country. And definitely, this is something we want to associate ourselves with at BTC.
You've been in the telecommunications space now for quite a number of years at executive positions. Did you ever imagine there would be a time in the Bahamas when we would have this type of event, free of charge, to anybody who dare to dream, to want to be in this environment, to become more empowered and enriched, that it can happen like this at their fingertips?
I didn't know it was free. I thought I got lucky because I was doing this thing with you, but this is awesome. I mean, the lineup of presenters. I recognize the faces of television in Shark Tank. I recognize the faces from YouTube and TikTok shots. These are business leaders in the world, not just the U.S., but globally.
Yes.
And to be able to have an opportunity to come and sit at their feet and learn, and pick their brains, learn the things that work for them in their careers and in their businesses, free of charge. That is awesome.
Yes, absolutely. It really is. We want to find out, of course, what else and new thing BTC has going on in 2025, and looking forward to 2026 and beyond. And we will speak more with Delmaro in just a moment. But Delmaro, I want you and our viewers to just pay attention, because what we're doing this evening as well is sharing the good news and showing that, listen, tangible things happen at Own Talks. And so, you all, I'm going to now share with you another winner really, from the Own Talks grants that happen annually. I want you to have a look at another business owner and their story.
My name is Rashad Roberts and my business is Glambot Bahamas. Glambot is a robotic arm system that allows event goers to capture cinematic video reels that can be shared to social media as well as video content creators. I'm very thankful and excited to be an OWN grant recipient. I am also very thankful for OWN in seeing the value in investing in small businesses. I think there are not a lot of people out there that are investing in small businesses today, and I think a lot of small businesses will be very thankful that there is someone they could come to. The documentation process was very simple, very easy, and straightforward. I had to submit my business plan, and upon that, my business plan was reviewed, and I got invited to do the second round interview. The interview I thought would have been very nerve-wracking, but it was very straightforward and simple. My advice to future OWN applicants would be to not be afraid to step out. We have so much tools at our disposal. Don't be afraid to apply. Happy 10-year anniversary OWN Bahamas, and thank you for this opportunity.
Welcome back to OWN Talks 2025.
You are looking at live shots of inside the ballroom here at the Atlantis Resort, the Grand Ballroom. As you can see, it's beautifully decorated in tones of turquoise, blue, gold, really stunning there. There's someone on the stage obviously giving sound checks and ensuring that everything is fine. And that part of, guys, if we can, in fact, listen y'all, you all know exactly who the host is every year. Well, he has trekked all the way from Jamaica to be here this evening. So you know it's going to be quite lit in that ballroom in just a moment. Well, in just a little while. We get started at 7. I think you all will join us at around 7:30 or so. But it's really going to be quite stunning. You hear the lineup that's happening this evening. And these are industry leaders, global leaders. They are authors and global investors, people who have businesses, successful business all around, TV personalities. The thing is to learn from what's happening here this evening and what happens each year at these OWN Talks is that you can become as many different variations of yourself as you want. You can take that step and then deliver on one end, become another thing, reinvent yourself even on another way. There is nothing impossible for us here in the Bahamas or wherever you may be joining us by, but certainly here in the Bahamas, understand that as our economy continues to grow and expand and to become, we can grow along with it. Just dare dream and take advantage of the information, the free information from some of the world's most successful and powerful people that's shared at these OWN events. Again, this is the 10th year that OWN Talks is happening here in Nassau. It is stunning. It brings obviously the biggest names in business and television and media and investment here to the Bahamas to be able to help empower, inspire, motivate, and encourage many, many Bahamians. I am here in the marketplace. There are hundreds of people milling about, as well, dozens of businesses. And many of these business owners are smiling happily, trying to engage people, whether it's financial institutions and telecommunications companies, health opportunities, right in front of me. In fact, there's a spa. Persons are having 15-second and 15-minute spas. Business is happening. Commerce is happening right here in this marketplace this evening. We, of course, hope to speak with maybe one or two of the business owners who are represented, but I can tell you that there are people who are in the artisans industry and work with the indigenous products to the Bahamas, products that grow here, products that come from the ground here. And again, they have turned it into such unique, beautiful pieces of art, and it's quite stunning. Everyone here is making sales, making connections, and obviously, again, putting their brand out front so that Bahamians are aware that they exist, so that Bahamians are aware that this person is doing business. Now, once the event gets started, of course, joining me later or coming here later at the broadcast will be my colleagues, Janaea Noel and Devontae Hanna, and they will kind of walk you through, but we will not rob you of hearing everything you need to hear from every speaker this evening, because we will be live in the ballroom as well as a part of our broadcast. Now, we have been, since we came on air this evening, featuring past winners, past grant winners who are successfully thriving in the business space. I have another story to share with you, so let's take a look.
my name is Merlan Julian and I represent Seams and Notions. I started it in 2024 and it's been a journey so far and I'm excited to be here. At Seams and Notions, we specialize in educational and productivity resources for fashion designers, seamstresses, anyone who's interested in sewing and fashion design. I have done so many things of organizing my measurements, from digital copies to printed sheets to writing in random books that would eventually look a hot mess, and it would be a bit embarrassing to have in front of my clients. And I just was so frustrated that I decided, you know what, let me just see if I can design and create something that I could use for my business. So that was where Seams and Notions started. It wasn't actually supposed to be a business itself. It was a resource that I was able to use, that I created to use in my own business. When I was speaking to the other people in the fashion community, and I realized that they said that they do have an issue when it comes to organizing their measurements in a way that it's nice and professional and clean. And also for people who are actually beginning to learn how to sew or are interested in learning how to sew, this is actually something that can help them as well. So we have several different books for people who are professionals, for people who are beginners, that there's information in it that's going to help them and guide them in their journey. Thank you, On Bahamas, and happy 10th anniversary.
Welcome back to live broadcast here at the Atlantis Resort. It is Own Talks 10 years in. This year the theme is Activate. I'm Shanique Miller and welcome back to the broadcast. Of course, all along we've been featuring past winners because what His Excellency Sebastian Bastian has been very minded to do in these last 10 years was not just come and talk and put on an event as awesome as this is, but also to give back and help other aspiring persons who want to be business owners, those who are in business perhaps need funding to expand. He has been assisting in making that happen through the Own Talks, various subsidiaries of the Own Talks and Own Talks event like this evening. I am here in the marketplace, and this also happens every year, where dozens of businesses and business owners come, and what they do obviously is share exactly what they do, showcase their businesses, showcase their services, and so that Bahamians are well aware of who they are. And I'll tell you, commerce is happening. So sales are happening. They ain't just here giving it all for free. Again, it's just to obviously reintroduce and sometimes introduce for the first time themselves to the Bahamian people. Joining me now is the CEO of Tranquility Spa, Alex Dean. I have watched her now for over 30 minutes give massages and just tell people more about the services that she offers at Tranquility Spa. Alex, good evening to you. It's great to have you here. Welcome to the broadcast. Do tell us, first of all, just describe the feeling of being a part of this marketplace at Own Talks 10th anniversary event.
Wow, if you are not here right now, you are missing out. When you look around the room and you see entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs, you see the networking opportunities, you just feel the atmosphere in here. It's so lively. I feel it's on theme with the theme of this year, which is Activate. I feel activated just being here. It just feels amazing to be here. When I look around and I see all of the faces.
I wanted to ask you, and you went right in there and said it, but when you hear activate and when you hear that word, and obviously being in this room with all this energy, the energy is just thick in the air. When you hear that word, what does it mean for you as a business owner?
For me as a business owner, when I hear the word activate, I think about motion.
Look right here, Alex.
For me as a business owner, when I hear the word activate, I think about motion. I think about starting to move, starting to get things done. So being a recipient this year of the grant and being here with this theme, I just feel like everything is divine and it all comes together for me. It feels full circle.
That is so amazing. Congratulations to you, by the way. How does that grant and being a recipient this year further assist you at Tranquility caused you to expand and maybe expand on the services that you already offer?
I love that question because what we're doing now at Tranquilitas is we're doing like Uber for massages. So what it is that persons can book a massage and they can have a massage therapist to them within an hour. We go to homes, beaches, hotels, and with this, we are empowering more Bahamian therapists because at Tranquilitas Spa, we pay the highest commission on the island. And the therapists, they can choose their own schedule. So like Uber for massages, we put the therapist in a platform, we put the jobs on the platform, and the therapist can pick up the jobs from there. So with receiving the grant this year, we're using this to increase our marketing initiatives. We reach more people, we get therapists more job, we empower more Bahamian therapists, and we digitize the wellness industry.
Well, that is quite innovative. That is, congratulations to you, Alex. That is super. And again, you heard Alex say as one of the recipients of the grants this year by Own Talks and IL Cares, she's able to now expand and make that dream and that goal even bigger. That is just so amazing. Talk about how the wellness, you're able to just let Bahamians understand that, listen, this is a part of wellness. This is a part of mental health care. This is a part of showing up as your best self and what you do and offer through your various associates through the spa.
You know, in the United States and Canada, massage therapy is actually seen as a health discipline. In most places, they actually take insurance for massage. So self-care isn't selfish. It's, as we'd say, survival. Self-care is essential. We have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of our body before we let our bodies start breaking down. As well as some persons just want to relax. Some persons just want to feel good. They come here, they're in paradise, and they want to feel good for the next 60 minutes and not think about anything else, not think about their kids at home, not think about their jobs. And we provide that safe space for them to do that.
Amazing. Congratulations once again. Of course, you all give the name of your spa and where you're located. Or at least the fact that you're mobile, so perhaps the number.
Yes. So the name is Tranquilitas Spa. We do have a flagship location on 4 Terrace Collins Avenue where we do in-spa services, as well as we have a full mobile team where we do mobile services as well. And you can book us at massagebahamas.com. It's as simple as that. We can have a therapist to you in 1 hour.
Super. Massagebahamas.com. Congratulations once again, of course, for being one of this year's recipients and for operating something that is so unique, totally different than the regular thing that we're used to. So that's really awesome. Very, very innovative of you. You've activated. This it right there. Yes, absolutely. Listen, don't even move because we have another compelling, inspiring story for you from another grant winner. Take a look.
My name is Alex Dean. I've been in business for 8 years now. At the end of 2022, when everybody was still a bit scared and frantic about COVID-19, I took a leap of faith and got a storefront location on 4 Terrace Collins Avenue. But it wasn't until 2023 that the idea of Tranquilitas On Demand was birthed. I noticed that we would get a lot of requests for same-day bookings and bookings within a 3-hour span that we weren't able to accommodate. And then I saw where some therapists who were very skilled were struggling to reach that visibility, to be marketable. So with that disconnect, I felt a bit uneasy, and that's when we decided to fill the gap and build Tranquilitas On Demand. Being a recipient of the Own Bahamas grants during the 10-year anniversary, for me, feels extremely humbling. It feels like it's being validated what we're doing here. We've been working really hard. We've been training therapists, onboarding new therapists, expanding operations, and just being recognized by a brand like Own Bahamas feels like a symbol that what we're doing matters. Own Bahamas have been giving out grants for 10 years. I've been in business for 8 years now, and this is my first time applying because I was a bit apprehensive at first. You know, you feel you don't want to put your business idea out there, but the team at Own Bahamas is extremely integral, and It's just been such an amazing experience from the start to now. So I first would say, put yourself out there. God put that idea in your heart for a reason, and there's a community out there and there's organizations out there where God placed it in their heart to fund these ideas. So don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Put yourself out there. Know your business better than anyone else can know their business. And once you know your business, you've done your research, you can create a fully structured business plan. There's no reason why this can't be you. Thank you, OWN Bahamas, for this opportunity, and happy 10-year anniversary from Tranquilita State Spa.
Welcome back to OWN Talks 2025.
You heard an excited Alex, of course, sitting next to me a moment ago, and then if you heard her story more in depth in one of our features this evening. And we are continuing to just share those stories to let you see that OWN Talks in 10 years have made such a tremendous impact for those aspiring to have businesses, those with perhaps just a little small startup and have a bigger vision. This is what OWN Talks has done in the last decade that it's been here. Of course, this evening we are getting ready for the OWN Talks event. This year's theme, Activate. We have an incredible list of speakers, including His Excellency Sebastian Bastian, Barbara Corcoran, and I'll just call this gentleman by his first name, Fasi. You guys tell me, Vusi, that's it, Ferreno, thank you. Vusi, and he is South African, but he's a global investor, a global businessman, and a major big deal. We'll, of course, meet him later on this evening. But I have another OWN Talks grant awardee winner. It's really awesome having you here, Val. You, of course, represent your company,
yes.
Elite Printing and Design. Tell us about the moment your company was awarded a grant from OWN Talks and IL Cares, and what a difference that's made.
Sure. So I actually am a recipient of the Invest in Our Own branch of the OWN Bahamas branch. So it was afforded to employees of Island Luck. So I was one of the 3 winners.
You were one of those who, listen, Carlo told me about this last night. Carlo says, Shanique, we ain't just giving out there, you know. We are also pulling people up from inside to help them realize their dreams.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So I'm actually an awardee from the Invest in Our Own branch of the OWN Bahamas. And I must say it has definitely been instrumental in catapulting our business to the next level. We've been able to scale up. We've been able to purchase supplies, much to assist with purchasing a brand new printer to take our business to the next level. You know, and it was so heartfelt when I saw that, you know, the executives took their time to invest in their employees, not just extending it to the external, because I've actually attended OWN before working for the company.
Oh.
And when I said, you're doing this for us. So I must say I'm really proud to say that they invested in their own, and it has been definitely an instrumental part of our growth.
And let's talk about that for a moment, because we've heard about Sebas.
Yes.
You know, he's known by his first name. Mm-hmm. We've heard about obviously him and his impact out in the community.
Yes.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of people over the years.
Yes.
But let's just talk about what that means to have a boss who does this for you
Yes.
in the company,
Yes.
and how that's even further inspired you to just become who you are now.
Yes. It was heartwarming. I've worked for companies prior to Island Luck, and I would say to you, none of them has assisted their employees on this level. And so when I saw it, I had to clarify this for employees. And it means a lot to me. It means a lot to know that our executives, Mr. Bastian, they take their time to invest in their employees, because they don't just want to see persons from the outside coming up. They want to see that their very own are afforded the same opportunities that external persons are receiving. And so that meant a lot to us. It meant a lot to know that they took the time to actually send this to us, because as I mentioned, I've applied externally even prior to working for the company. So knowing now that being an employee, I'm afforded this grant, it meant a whole lot to us.
Really awesome.
Yes.
Congratulations to you. And
Thank
then,
you.
of course, you really went and put that to work. You activated
Definitely.
it.
I love it.
I know,
Working
right?
in tandem but activate. We
Yes,
activated.
you activated it. You
Yes.
know what I mean?
Yes.
And so, listen, let's talk about Elite Printing and Design. What is it that you do? And obviously, you came up with an idea that's not common. It's not something that happens every day that you see.
Yes.
You decided to kind of just go sort of a path that's not so trodden on.
Mm-hmm. So we actually came to fruition during COVID. COVID was the year that, because prior to I did do flyer work and design work, but during COVID a lot of persons were furloughed and at home and had no other choice but to go into entrepreneurship. And I had a lot of persons calling, hey, I need a flyer, I need a logo, I need a business card. I'm at home, my family needs to eat, but I need my brand to look its best. And so we used that traction, and that's what really gave us our boost to launch our company. So we launched back in, I think it was 2021, and we just started out with a desktop printer and a computer that probably cost $250. And we have used the customers from then to help us to push to the next level.
Yes, let's talk about what is it that you do now in 2025, and what do you see the vision looking like for Elite Printing and Design?
Sure. So when we first started, it was just designs for us. Right now, the business has grown to just not only doing business cards and flyers, we print up to billboards. So anything from business cards to billboards, T-shirts, DTF printing.
So your vision has expanded.
It has expanded, and it is expanding.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, we've actually started to do eco-friendly products to assist in climate change, because we have to do our part, and we understand that this is a business that people, quote unquote, have a lot of carbon, has a big carbon footprint.
Right.
So to reduce our carbon footprint, we've even started to implement products that are eco-friendly. So we're not only looking at making the money, we're also looking at what it does for our environment. So we've grown from just a desktop computer to having commercial printers and just offering not only designs but also prints, funeral programs, business cards, flyers, T-shirts. Anything you think of, we don't print money though. Everything but money.
Everything but money.
We can print.
So how about soon? Listen, I thank you so much, Val. Val, give us your full name.
My name is Valencia Oliver.
Valencia Oliver, of course, she is the CEO of Elite Printing and Design. Thank you very much. I see so many people walking about looking amazing. And here is filled, you all. Listen, if you ain't here, what you doing? The energy, right? The energy. Listen, we have another feature for you. These Bahamians are smiling for good reason, and really, really happy just to help and assist in sharing the good news with all of you of Bahamians who have been impacted through OWN Talks over the last decade. Take a look.
Hi, my name is Meredith Johnson Evans. I am the co-founder and CEO of Women's Haven Bahamas, and I'm so happy to be here today. A little about Women's Haven. So I'd have to go back on why Women's Haven was started. Women's Haven was started from my own struggles with my menstrual care. I mean, I used to have prolonged periods, very heavy, very painful. I never had perfect attendance in school, in high school. I had to take that first or second day of my cycle off. I found out about organic feminine care products, and so I made the switch. And of course, then I came back home to the Bahamas, and then I had another problem, access. How can I get organic, high-quality products here in the Bahamas? It was mostly for myself to use initially, but of course, I know there's other women like me going through the same struggles. And I said, we could do this ourselves. I could definitely do this ourselves. And why are you selling someone else's product? Because I could make my own. I could figure out how to make my own. And that's basically how Women's Haven started. In 2018 to now, it's grown tremendously. Women's Haven is not just about the product, it's a movement. It's about making sure women that look like me from the same place where I'm from have access to organic, chemical-free feminine care products, and that's something that's going to do their body well. And so, yeah, that's what Women's Haven is.
Welcome back to OWN Talks 2025.
Welcome back live here at the Atlantis Resort just outside the Grand Ballroom. This is OWN Talks 10-year anniversary. This year's theme, Activate. You all know the event already. Look, it's a highly anticipated annual event. and it's happening this evening right here at the Atlantis Resort. I'm Shanique Miller. Welcome back to our live broadcast. And right now, as you see all the movement behind me, and you truly should see this really in its entirety. But this is the marketplace where business owners are here, of course, shopping their wares and doing a whole lot of stuff. Just behind me to my right is the Grand Ballroom. That's filling up pretty quickly because everything gets started at about 7 or so. But I have another very exciting and excited business owner here. Her business is called Women's Haven. I'll tell you what women were flocking there. In fact, they still are. Just over there, I'm looking. They still are because what you offer is an alternative to products that women have been using for decades. I mean, beyond that, since the beginning of time, but from a healthier vantage point, yes?
Yeah, so we offer organic feminine care products, 100% organic, bleach-free, chemical-free, dioxin-free, 100% cotton. All of our products have been tested that are FDA approved. They've been double tested through Entitech. So we've made great strains to make sure that women are getting access to 100% organic feminine care products.
Which is very important. We've discovered in recent years how this is so important because we're used to certain brands and the certain names and they've been staples for every woman, right? But we understand now why it's important for a woman in the most intimate times of her life that she use the best things possible to come in contact with her body.
I mean, I wouldn't even say in this times that the times have changed. What we've been exposed to has changed. Like the products that we ate then are not the same ingredients that we're eating now.
Aren't they, right?
No, they're not. And it's similar to the products we put on our skin, the polyester, all those have been bleached and they have chemicals, and our body is a big organ, and it's absorbing it.
It is.
And so we have all of these women, especially women of color, we having all this PCOS and fibroids, and they're trying to figure why. And it's because you're overexposing yourself to toxic chemicals. And the fact is, the vagina is the most absorptive part of your body. It's just as absorptive as your intestine. So it's important that you put what's close to your most sacred part.
Most sacred parts that
and make sure
mindful of what you
put in
exactly.
It's just as mindful as what you're putting in your body.
Uh-huh.
And so Women's Haven tries to address that. So it's just not about selling products. It's about giving people information and giving them an option. If they want to improve their health, they want to improve their wellness.
It's there.
We're here.
And you know, I was happy to see so many women standing, in a line waiting just to speak with you, to make purchases, to hear from you what it's about, why it's best for them, etc. Talk about being here though in this space.
This space
evening.
is so energetic. Like, just be around just the vibe of other Bahamian entrepreneurs. Like, that is the vibe. And so even if you were a little taken aback and you didn't have as much confidence in your business, being here and seeing persons interested in your business will empower you and move you forward. And just this exposure is so great. Like, I got to meet you again. I haven't seen you in a while, and you came over because you saw the other ladies and
yes.
you're interested.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so this is such a great opportunity for any vendor. If they have the opportunity to come and join Own Bahamas, they should definitely take that.
Really amazing. It really, I was stunned. I stopped even by your booth and spoke with you because, again, this is what it's all about. Networking,
yes.
maybe discovering or rediscovering something, a product, a service. It really is just really wonderful to be in this space and to see what it is that so many Bahamians are taking advantage of and doing.
Yes.
Are you excited about maybe the presentation of the are you interested and excited about seeing the pitches that'll be made this evening?
I am interested to see who else, because I was a recipient of this, the 2024, his 10-year anniversary. So I was such a proud moment for Women's Haven. So I want to see who else has the opportunity to let their business grow and let their business shine. And this is such a great forum for it. Like, they have an audience, a real audience. And word of mouth is key here in the Bahamas. So you think it might only be 600, 700 persons in the room, but that's 700 multiplied by 10, because when they go among someone else, they're going to talk about it, and then you have this great following. And so that's all you need, and this is a great place to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Now talk about what it means being in the room. I know you have your booth out here, but you're going to be peeping in and out and trying to soak up some of what's going to be shared from the stage. Talk about how important and how impactful that is. For you to be great, you have to surround yourself with greatness. For you to be a powerhouse, you have to feel that. And
that energy exudes here tonight. And so being in this room is definitely a game changer for me. I mean, I'm a mother of a 10-month-old, so there was a struggle. And my nanny called, and all these things happen, but you have to if you want to make the move and be the better person, you have to find the space to be that better place to
make the sacrifices. You have to kind of deny this or that just to get over there to where you need to be.
Correct.
Yeah,
and really, this is the space to be.
This is the space to be. I am telling you, the energy here is thick. It's fortifying. It is supportive. It's uplifting, and that is exactly what Own Talks is intended to do and has been doing in the last 10 years. This is the 10th year. Just amazing. You heard people. By the way, you didn't officially introduce yourself to us.
I am Meredith Johnson Evans, the co-founder and the CEO of Women's Haven Bahamas. I am a wife, an entrepreneur, and the mother of 2 boys.
Oh gosh, yeah, your hands are full.
If I'm here, you need to be here next year.
Yes, absolutely. If Meredith can be here, but again, you've heard Meredith's story. She is a recipient of the grant and has grown her business as a result of it. The Own Talks 2025 Activate event is about to get started shortly. Many persons are now making their way into the ballroom, and it's just really it's just a wonderful, exciting event that we all are hugely anticipating this evening, because the people in the room already, they have proven themselves. They have climbed the ladder of success, and they are generous enough to want to come and share it with this audience. And so certainly, I'll tell you this, if you're not making your way up here, if there's still space in the room, but you want to stay tuned, you want to continue watching the broadcast, because your life is about to change for the better in a short while once you hear the speakers this evening. And so, Meredith, I thank you very much. Thank you for joining me. Congratulations, by the way, for being one of the recipients of the Own grants, and for just helping that help you grow and become what you are, and obviously great success moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We have another beautiful story for you. So let's take a look.
10 years, millions invested, dreams turned into reality. Welcome to 10-year anniversary of Own Grant Ceremony. This year, 6 recipients will receive more than $80,000 in funding, carrying forward the legacy, the opportunity, and the impact that has touched communities across the Bahamas. Tonight we celebrate their success.
Entrepreneurship is no longer the exception. It is becoming the rule, and Own is here to lead the way. So ladies and gentlemen, help me give a round of applause to this year's recipients of the Own Grant funding. $5,000 will go to Seams and Notion, $10,000 will go to Tropical Carvings, $15,000 will go to Tranquilitas, $15,000 will go to Glambot, and $23,000 will go to Lux Portable Restrooms.
To our awardees, this is not the end, but the beginning. We encourage you to stay committed, stay passionate, and keep pushing forward, remembering that the Own Foundation family stands with you every step of the way.
Welcome back to Own Talks 2025.
Welcome back to our live coverage here at the Atlantis Resort. It is Own Talks 10-year anniversary. This year's theme, Activate. You know, Own Talks is very, very synonymous with its one-word themes, but all loaded words. Very, very powerful. And what's been happening here this evening, you've been hearing the stories yourself. These people have been activated to be more, dream bigger, and go after what's there in front of them. And it's a lot this evening. For example, we have global leaders, business owners, investors, huge success stories, persons who are leading in their industries around the world. that will fill this room this evening in the persons of Barbara Corcoran and a gentleman by the name of Vusi. Now, Vusi is South African. His last name is rather difficult to pronounce. I hear you, Ferreno. I ain't gonna try to pronounce it. I hear you. But he is a major big deal, a huge player on the global stage in terms of business and investments. And so really people are looking forward to hearing from him because they've watched his presentation on YouTube and various clips on TikTok and all the rest of it. And then we have the man of the hour, the one whose brainchild this is, His Excellency Sebastian Bastian, who himself will address this crowd as he normally does. And his story is one that's extremely compelling. For a Bahamian like him to come from humble beginnings and to reach the heights of success, business success where he's reached, it really is always inspiring to just hear how successful he is, how far he's come, and of course the future that he has mapped out ahead of him. It just has other plans in the future moving forward. But once again, this is the Own Talks 10-year anniversary. Persons are still milling about here in this marketplace area, business owners as well, but more are packing into the ballroom behind me. There are thousands of seats. I'll tell you this, people called me even up to this afternoon. Can they get in? It said on the website that all the tickets have been sold and tickets are closed. In fact, it wasn't sold as in sold. You just had to kind of book your spot so that the seating could be available. And so who knows how many people are expected in this ballroom this evening. But the thing is, it's really awesome just knowing that Bahamians are interested in being players in this economy and obviously staking their claim in this economy and redefining what it means, just redefining what it means for them to be successful, for them to be able to go and realize their own interpretation of the Bahamian dream. One financial institution that assists Bahamians in making that happen and also that partners each year with Own Talks in putting on these events is the Bahamas Development Bank. And I have one of the executives here who's been speaking with persons all evening long, since before we came on air, actually. But I have one of the executives here joining me on the broadcast. Good evening to you. Welcome to our show and our broadcast.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
I am wonderful, thank you.
That's
good to see you. Bahamas Development Bank has made it a point of being here in the marketplace at these own events for quite a number of years now.
Yes.
Why is it important and necessary for you to have said, you know what, we're going to partner up with Own Talks and be in the room?
Okay, so at the Bahamas Development Bank, we really focus on developing certain industries and just providing businesses with another outlet or another option as far as financing to get that little bit of boost to take them over the hump from possibly a startup into a full-fledged operating business. So that's what we're really trying to get closer with the people, get out in the open more so to let people know that we are still in the business of financing businesses.
Yes.
And we are a viable option to come to us.
Right. You see, of course, dozens of businesses all throughout this entire space here, and it's quite a large space. What does it mean to see Bahamians this interested in empowerment, in defining their own financial futures, and also creating something for themselves that they can be proud of?
And it's really an exciting time in the Bahamas, not only to be a Bahamian, but to be a Bahamian entrepreneur. We're seeing a lot of persons that take family businesses or family trades to the next level, start to legitimize businesses with business license, business training, business accounts, things like that. I feel like everybody had a cup lady or a bag lady that was selling in their neighborhood. Now we're taking it to the next level with actually storefronts, retail stores, and just things like that. So it's a lot of inspiration and just excitement around. You hear the new business ideas, you hear persons providing their own spin on familiar sectors and things like that. And just feeding off of that entrepreneurial energy that's in the room right now.
That's in the room right now. And I'm telling you, I told them earlier in the broadcast that it's thick in the room.
Yeah.
That entrepreneurial energy. I love that phrase you coined a moment ago. Let's talk about Bahamas Development Bank.
Yes.
And what are the services you have to offer, the fact that you all really are trying, even now, to explore even additional ways in helping Bahamians realize their own interpretation of the Bahamian dream.
Yes. So with the Bahamas Development Bank, we always try to evaluate the market and the landscape as far as business in the Bahamas and entrepreneurship in the Bahamas. Right now, we are still offering traditional financing. What traditional financing means for those out there is a loan that is comprised of principal and interest, And then we always work on developing new grant initiatives or just different programs that we see can eventually help not only the persons that bank directly with us, but the industries and the sectors surrounding with us. We continue to strengthen our strategic partnerships with those in the industry, like the SPDC, Access Accelerator, and other strategic partners, and just work to see and really spot the business needs and see how we can do that. We have a EV partnership with Easy Motors and EV Motors right now, whereas if you are a business and you are trying to seek an electric vehicle for support or for your business operations, we offer 100% financing where you can purchase that electric truck or van or taxi or things like that, and we can assist with that. So it's always just opening up our eyes and opening up the public's eyes to see opportunities.
To see what's available, because many times, and in a room like this, that is what happens. Many Bahamians aren't aware of, for example, what your institution does and all that it does, and various businesses here, Bahamians are not aware oftentimes of what's available right at their own doorsteps.
Yes, so I guess that's one of our biggest goals, is to always drive awareness, and that the Bahamas Development Bank is still present and still out here trying to assist Bahamian businesses and Bahamian entrepreneurs.
Really, really awesome. Yes. And listen, who are you most looking forward to hearing from this evening?
Everybody, I feel, would have their own spin, so I don't have one particular favorite. I just trying to soak up as much as I can get.
I agree with you. I'm just ready to soak it all in, just as you said.
I feel like everybody's going to be excited and everybody's going to have their little tidbit or takeaway, so it's just soaking it all up.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, officially introduce yourself to our viewers, and so when they come to Bahamas Development Bank, they know exactly who to look for.
Yes, well, I appreciate you saying executive, but I am a credit officer. My name is Jeremy Johnson, and we are located Robinson Road in Key West Street. You could just come in, or you could call and make an appointment, and then we could go from there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for being here on the broadcast. I want you to stay right there, because I want you to watch with me. We have been featuring a number of persons who have been recipients of grants and how they are doing now in business. Here's another personal story for you.
10 years, millions invested, dreams turned into reality. Welcome to 10-year anniversary of OWN Grant Ceremony. This year, 6 recipients will receive more than $80,000 in funding, carrying forward the legacy, the opportunity, and the impact that has touched communities across the Bahamas. Tonight we celebrate their success.
Entrepreneurship is no longer the exception. It is becoming the rule, and OWN is here to lead the way. So ladies and gentlemen, help me give a round of applause to this year's recipients of the OWN Grant funding. $5,000 will go to Seams and Notion. $10,000 will go to Tropical Carvings. $15,000 will go to Tranquilitas. $15,000 will go to Glambot. And $23,000 will go to Lux Portable Restrooms.
To our awardees, this is not the end, but the beginning. We encourage you to stay committed, stay passionate, and keep pushing forward, remembering that the OWN Foundation family stands with you every step of the way.
Welcome back to OWN Talks 2025.
Welcome back to our live broadcast. I'm Shanique Miller here at the Atlantis Resort, and more importantly, I am here at the 10th year anniversary of OWN Talks. OWN Talks, you all know, started off with a big bang. So many people were enthused and interested in the information that came out of it that first year, and it has not waned in any form or fashion. In fact, the appetite for it has just really grown. It has become the premier business empowerment, inspiration, just motivation event in the Bahamas, I dare say even in the region, to get people dreaming again, dreaming bigger, perhaps thinking that, hey, maybe owning a business is possible. And not just that, but also many of them you've been seeing all evening, and even hearing many of my guests, funded by Own Talks and its various subsidiary companies with their businesses. And so really, really awesome. You are looking now live at inside the ballroom here at the Atlantis Resort, the Grand Ballroom. There are thousands of seats there. Of course, we're about to get started there shortly, but this is going to be super. Just have a look at inside there and see how amazing it is, how it's decorated. I was in there for earlier this afternoon, about for an hour or so, and it just felt so good. The anticipation is rich in the air to hear His Excellency Sebastian Bastian speak, to hear Barbara Corcoran, a hugely successful woman, entrepreneur, real estate mogul in her own right, speak as well, and of course to hear Vusi, to hear what he has to say, another global leader, global investor, global businessman, someone who is huge, highly regarded and highly respected on the international stage, someone who also is very liberal with his information and to share that and let people know how he did it and how he continues to do it and how he continues to obviously dream bigger and just make bigger moves. And so we are all anticipating what they have to say this evening, as is the case every single year, and in particular this 10th year. Now, joining me this evening is another one of the excited, anticipating like all the rest of us, Toastmaster. Yeah, it's good to have you here. By the way, officially introduce yourself to our viewers and let's just start talking about what this evening means for you.
Thank you very much. I am Toastmaster Yvette Barr, and I am from one of the Toastmasters Club, Healing Communicators, Club 7178. A Toastmasters Club where we get together every Tuesday at 6 p.m. to help our members build their leadership and communication skills.
Well, you're all in the right spot then.
We're in the right spot.
Fit right in perfectly.
We're in the right spot. We're here to grab those others who want to go from quiet and shy and just come out and build the confidence and become great public speakers and leaders.
What does it mean for you as one of the leaders in your Toastmasters organizations? Again, of course, there are several in the nation, as we know. But for you to say, listen, guys, come out, let's go to this own event and let's soak up what is going to be freely given to become better versions of ourselves.
Let me tell you, Shanique, I started off as in the background, never surfacing. With this program, it's pulled me out. I'm ready to take on the world. And so whenever there is an opportunity for me to share my journey, I'm willing to get out there and speak to persons and say, I did it, you could do it too. I'm amazed, I'm thrilled with the progress I've made. And so we came out tonight just to touch some other persons. And we've seen countless people stop at our table and say, we're shy, can you help us? That's what gives us the joy. And so we're ready here to help anyone, as well as we're here to soak in all that these inspirational speakers have to give, because we're still on our journey. We still have a way to go. And so together we can help others as we help ourselves.
Absolutely. Yes. We all are. And that is why we so love this event every year, because it gives us an opportunity to hear another person's story and to know that if they can do it, we can do it as well. Yes. The opportunity is available for all of us.
It is.
And what's amazing, it also comes with funding and grants from the Own Talks organization, for example. Let us talk about the fact that each year Sebastian Bastian searches and looks around the world really for some of the biggest names we recognize from television and so the internet and so many other things, and their success in business. He seeks those people out and he brings them here to the Bahamas to be able to impart. How just significant is that for the person who is dreaming and who need that extra nudge to say, let's get going?
That is very significant. I think one of the key things that people have to come to grips with, we were not always in this position. It was these organizations that funded, that injected into us, and that have helped others to pull up. And think about it. If they can do it, we too can do it. these are just ways to help us, to spark us, to inspire us.
Absolutely.
Get on the road,
Yes.
and you could do it too.
Yes.
And so if that person is international, bring them in.
Yes.
Let them inspire, because there's a lot to be done.
Yvette, thank you so much. Yvette, listen, let's go quickly grab our seats.
Yes,
I'm going to tell you
yes.
this. You all pull up a chair. I hope you've had dinner already. Whatever you need to do, sit where you are, because this is about to start. It's going to be amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official 10th year Activate Own Talks event. It's getting started right now in the Grand Ballroom here at the Atlantis right behind me. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to officially now invite you to join us on our live broadcast, Own Talks, 10 years in, Activate.
Live from the Atlantis Paradise Island Resort, the Own Bahamas Foundation presents Own Talks 2025, featuring Barbara Corcoran, Vusi Thembakwayo, and His Excellency Sebastian Bastian. Get ready for a life-changing experience that is guaranteed to activate your passion and desire for success. Now welcome our broadcast hosts Janaea Noel and Devontae Hannah.
Oh God, we lift up the 2025 Own Talks event to you. We pray for all those involved, from the organizers to the speakers to the attendees. We ask for wisdom, clarity, and guidance for every speaker as they prepare and deliver their talks. May their words be inspiring, insightful, and practical, offering valuable knowledge and motivation to all who listen. We pray for the attendees, that they would be open to new ideas and connections. May this event be a catalyst for growth, innovation, and positive change in their businesses and lives. We also pray for all the overall atmosphere of the event. May it be a space of collaboration, encouragement, and mutual respect. We ask for your favor and blessings on every aspect of the conference, that it will be a resounding success and a source of inspiration for the Bahamian community and beyond. We pray all of this in your holy name. Amen. Please stand.
Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahamaland. March on to glory, your bright banners waving high. See how the world marks the banner of your pledge to excel through love and unity, pressing onward, march together to a common loftier goal. Steady sunward, though the weather hide wide and treacherous shore. Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahamaland. To the road you trod, lead unto your God. March on,
Live from the Atlantis Paradise Island Resort, The Own Bahamas Foundation presents Own Talks 2025, featuring Barbara Corcoran, Vusi Thembakwayo, and His Excellency Sebastian Bastian. Get ready for a life-changing experience that is guaranteed to activate your passion and desire for success. Now welcome our broadcast hosts Janaea Noel and Devontae Hannah.
Good job, yeah?
Welcome to the stage your host and activate facilitator, K. Darren Turnquest.
You? That can't happen for but you. Boom blast! 2025, let me hear you make some noise! Just kidding!
Pull up. I want to check the temperature from 2024 and then check this temperature in 2025, because I am certain that many of you have come back in this room just a bit richer since 2024. So let me try that again. All Talks 2025. Let me hear you make some noise. Now, I tell you, last year we were all about shift. And you know that song say you got to shift. The suit a little tight, but don't worry about it. You got to shift. Now this year, repeat after me. This year you're going to what? Activate. If you're ready to activate, let me hear you make some noise. You know something? There is something about this row right here. This is the guidance row right here. Let me hear you say activate. Make some noise. Where is my people in the crowd? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 tablets gone right there. That's what I'm about today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have an amazing time tonight. And in having that amazing time, I want you to know one or two things. One, you've come here to learn. And two, you come here to get yourself so relaxed that your learning could actually what? Activate. So if you're ready to activate, let me hear on this side. 1, 2, 3. What are we going to do? You know, I believe I like this side over here better than this side. But let me check that. If you're ready to activate, let me hear you make some noise on this side. Now, this side look a little rich and bougie. But nonetheless, let me see what you are capable of doing. What are you going to do in 2025? It's a little mid, but I think we'll get there. Now, this one, they look at y'all. You look like you come for the war. In 2025, what will you do? Y'all four right there, coming for y'all. I'm coming for y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have a fantastic evening. I think when we look at all the opportunities that we've had to be a part of the Own Talks family, every year it simply gets better. And today will be no exception. We have some dynamic speakers, but not only that, tonight, there will be some individuals who will win up to $20,000. And many of you in the room participated in what we call the pitch competition. Well, listen, tonight is the night. So, you know, interesting enough, I don't know if my tablets were given out yet, but I have something on this side. You know, I have a lot of tricks tonight. I was given a lot of things to give away. So what I'm going to do tonight is I want to feel the energy from you. You know what? I love it. I love it. There's something right here. There's something right here for you. There's something right here for you. Come on, there's something right here for you. You know what? Pass them down. Pass them down. Pass it down. Go hold it. Pass it down. Pass it right down. Pass it right down. There's something there for you too. But you know what? I'm going to go way in the back. I'm going to go way. You get a prize. 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 I'm feeling you all in the back too. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. There you go. There you go. 1, 2, 3. No, y'all only do it when I reach. Listen, a part of tonight is you have to be always ready. You have to be always ready. I have 1,000 gifts and prizes for you tonight, and we're going to have a. Oh, look here. Okay. Stop. God. Oh, yes. This Debbie was a flight attendant today. Bahamas Air, thank you for choosing Bahamas Air Flight 5310 with non-stop service on to Miami. I hope you're all on time. If you're ready to party tonight, let me hear you make some noise! Now, I'm coming. You know what? You look like you ready to fight me here. Here, it's your prize. It's your prize. I would say that as you prepare yourself tonight, first of all, think about every opportunity that you have when you go in the shower and you think a big dream. And in thinking that big dream, you start to tell yourself, or somebody else tells you why you can't do it. Tonight is the night to what? Activate the what? The dream. The only individual tonight that is in your way is your own mentality in yourself. But coming to get us started is someone I've known from I was in primary school. Someone who is dynamic and who is able to tell a story like nobody else I can imagine. I want to invite to the stage the competent, dynamic Kenny Mackey. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's keep that round of applause going.
Can you hear me? Am I on? And just so you're aware, there's no money in the case. Just check it. Just sorry to disappoint a lot of you. Just want to kind of lay down that ground rule. So, wow, this is a gorgeous crowd. Give yourself a round of applause for being here. You know, you are the early, on-time birds, so you have to sit through me, the opening act, while the main speakers get warmed up in the back, so I'll try not to bore you or put you to sleep. But before I go, I want to take a moment of silence for Rodney, a dear friend and colleague. I had so much to say to Rodney before he ran out of time. And that brings me to my topic today. But I want your help in my presentation. When I raise my hand, I want you to say time. Let's try it. Time. Let's try it again. Time. And one more. Time. There you go. I think you got it. So guys, there's nothing wrong with my audio. I just wasted 5 seconds of your precious. I appreciate you, but you can bear with your boy. And we're talking about the most precious currency you possess, y'all. But why do we always talk about killing time? As if it was something disposable or worse, unlimited. When in actuality, time is killing us and our dreams. The sands of time are the most precious thing that we own. This is your life, dripping away green by green. You can't stop it. You can't flip it back. You can only be intentional with it or watch it pass you by. Each green represents a moment of your life, a moment you'll never get back once it passes. Look at it. Falling, steady, relentless, silent. It doesn't speed up for you, it doesn't slow down for you, it doesn't stop when you say you're tired or pause when you say, I'll do it tomorrow. Every grain is falling, whether you're working or procrastinating, whether you're creating or complaining, whether you're building your dream or scrolling someone else's. Time is falling. But you see this? The sand that has already fallen, that's your past. Nothing you can do with those greens to push it back to the top. That relationship, that mistake, that opportunity you missed, you can't undo it. It's gone. And this is your future. It looks full, but it's really not. You don't know how much sand is left up there. You don't know how much time you have. You don't know if it could be a decade, it could be days, it could be seconds. And this, the tiny space right here, the narrowest part, that's your present moment. You're right now. You're this second. Your entire life is lived right here. A combination of nows in this thin, fragile line between what's already gone and what's not yet promised. Now let's pause and let that sit in for a second. I appreciate you. This hourglass doesn't care about your excuses. It doesn't care that you're scared to move or that you're waiting for the perfect moment. It keeps falling, green by green. The question is, what are we doing with what we have? We consistently procrastinate or find everything under the sun to do the things that we aren't supposed to do. Our gifts are begging us to move, to activate, to give back to the world what we were supposed to do. We need to move with massive action. Now, today, but why haven't we activated? Why are we consistently wasting our time? Let me get two people on stage quickly to help me with this next piece. Because I don't have much time, but I won't get two people. If you could stand there. I apologize. You're already here, so you can stand at that corner over there, and you can stand over here. Wow, I needed two, I got three. The Lord is good. He shall provide. Stand over here for me. Okay, great. And guys, what I want you to do is, you used to play ball in school. You could tell, bro. You got some ups there, bro. You shocked me. I didn't know whether to give you a backwards elbow or a high five. There's a lot going on, He was quick. Woo. Put your hand up. There you go. So guys, allow me a second to give you another example. Because like the old people, they say some of y'all head hard. So I got to keep giving it to you over and over again until you understand it. You just hold this and keep it tight. There you go. I want you to stay with me here. So if you were to visualize your life laid out in front of you and highlight sections of your life, would that now spur you into action? Now I want to picture this rope as your lifeline. This first part is your early childhood, learning to walk, school days. For some of us, it feels like a lifetime ago, but in the scope of your lifeline, small piece. And as we move, young adulthood. These are the years where you think you are invincible. You've got big dreams, and you also think you could figure it out later. You got more time. You'll get serious later. And then comes this middle stretch, where most of us are. The bills, the kids, the responsibilities, and maybe some regrets. But for some of us, when we get here, we realize that there's more time behind us than we have ahead. And then when we move down and we get to this later part, this final section, this is where we look back at our life. And we said, did I use my rope well? Did I love enough? Did I take enough risk? Did I live fully, or did I let my rope slip away? But none of us know where we are on this rope. We could be here, but in actuality, we may be here. And then suddenly, no warning, no extensions, no chances, life cut short. The question is, when the rope ends, what will your legacy be? What will be woven into this line? Will it say, I was here, I mattered, I used my wisely? Thank you so much, y'all. Have a seat. You can take that with you. You can take that with you. Can't say I never give you nothing. You can take that with you. You can take that with you. So guys, for me, today is my everything. When I think about time, today is what I mean. We remember people today for how they build their brand. We remember them tomorrow for their legacies. Stop chasing the clout. Stop chasing the clicks. Let's start chasing our dreams today. How many of us here are really here to learn, to pick up a new skill? Some of us are here to see and to be seen. When will we stop wasting our time? When will we get it that tomorrow is not promised? If we truly had 24 hours to live, 1,440 minutes, would you spend your time like you are right now? Talking about time, I have one more. You don't got to jump on stage for this. And if the previous two didn't get you, I hope this does. Let's look at your life account. Imagine with me for a second. From the day you are born, every single one of us, God deposits into our life account 36,792,000 minutes. That's roughly 70 years, 70, if we're blessed to live that long. Sounds like a fortune, right? More than enough to spend however you want. But like a real bank account, as you spend it from the minute you are born. But with this account, you can't deposit, it can't grow interest, you can't borrow, you can't take a loan. Once it's gone, it's gone. So let's subtract your first 20 years. Those years we're learning, making mistakes, growing pains, maturing early, and if you're like me, maybe late. But either way, 10.5 million minutes gone. Balance, 26 million. Still sounds like a lot. But by the time you are 30, let's take away another set of minutes, and now you're down to 21 million minutes. But most of us didn't even notice it was being withdrawn. Some of us are literally bystanders while we watch our time be squandered, spent, and wasted. And then let's take out sleep. 8 hours a day for 50 years, 7.3 million, gone. Work, 40 hours a week, 45 years, 9 million, gone. Traffic, social media, Netflix, pornography, procrastination, gone. And let's be real, some of y'all out here, y'all going to the jazz bar. Gone. And then when we look at our balance, it doesn't look so limitless, does it? It doesn't look like we have forever to live. Suddenly, it's not, I have time. It's where did my time go? Oh, y'all with me today. I in the spirit. But guys, every day you get a fresh set of 1,440 minutes. But we take the day, nothing we do. Take tomorrow, I'll do it next week. We take it, day turns to day, weeks turn to weeks, months, and by time as we know it, gone. But guess what we still do? We still waste our time. We still let people overdraw our accounts with nonsense, drama, distractions. We still act like we always have someone to put a deposit on our life account. But let me share with you the secret. No one coming to deposit on your account. Every time that we spent, we can't get back. So I implore you, whatever you have in you, let us see it. Let me see it. Give it to the world. Because at some point it will be go. That business, start it today. That conversation, have it today. That skill, learn it today. That trip, take it today. That dream, pursue it today. You are exactly that. The combination of your used time. The signs are falling. They never stop. They never pause. Oh my word, someone knock it over. And they never wait. But you have the moment. You have right now. You have time. We are wasting time. What else can I say? There are no more tomorrows, only today. Yet we are wasting time. How can I say to you and impress upon you more that every right answer may be behind the wrong door? You don't have time to wait. Contemplate, hide or hesitate. We need to activate because we are wasting time. The signs drop, but we stop. always an excuse, like a noose around our ability, creativity or complacency, massive action or mediocrity, legacy or lost potential. What's it going to be? Because we are wasting. Every second is stamped with an expired piece of your soul. Every grain is signed with your name, but yet we still waste it, kill it, scroll it, loan it like it's free. But time is not free. Time is the fee. The cost for your breath, the rent for your life, the only currency you never get back twice. Yet we are wasting. We're living like the top chamber will never run dry. One day the glass is empty, one day the rope is cut, one day the account is closed and the balance reads 0. What then? What would we say when the life bank declines your last request? When the life rope snaps mid-stride, when the last grain falls and there's no more sand to catch? We are wasting. You see, some of us are so scared of our own shadows, haunted by past regrets, dancing with I'll do it later, dating one day, married to tomorrow, but tomorrow is a thief in disguise. Tomorrow is a liar with a smile. Tomorrow is a cousin of never. We are wasting time. Legacies are not written in some days, they are carved in 2 days. They are forged in the fire of the now, in between the thinnest piece of the glass where the past intersects with what is to come. So, take the shot, write the book. Say the word, start the business, make the call, forgive, fight, love, live. Because the rope ends, the account closes. And when the last grain hits the glass, the world will not ask you what you did with your time. It will ask, what did you do? And just like that, I'm out of. And I hope I didn't waste yours.
Kenny, may I have a moment of your time, please? And right, let me pause this. Let me pause this.
Well played, well played.
Because you all ain't gonna waste my...
Oh,
Kenny,
well played.
that was extremely powerful.
Hold on, sorry. I can need my little thing back. Whoever have my little rope, I can need my little thing back at some point. I appreciate you.
Just keep this on pause.
Yes, sir.
Kenny, what is the inspiration behind that work? I mean, when you started, I wasn't sure if that was my bank account. Definitely was in the millions. But when I saw the red, it reminded me of Scotiabank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Insufficient funds.
Yes.
What was the inspiration?
I'll say it this way. Even in writing the piece, I think what I did was I wrote for myself, and you all just happened to be in the room. For me, it's a lot of us in here who have yet to move, who may be thinking that someone moved first on an idea, so you don't want to seem like you're copycatting or coming after them. You're seeing people there that you want to speak to, you don't want to talk to, not have the conversation. Wow. There are a lot of things that's keeping us from moving forward. So what I want to do in this particular presentation, as people learn skills today, is to tell them that we no longer have time to waste. We all have known people who have been struck in very quickly and very seriously with illness. And they have so much left in this world to do. And so for me, I really want to impress, if nothing else, to let people know, stop wasting time.
Wow, and when you started off, you said, give him a round of applause. And definitely check out the podcast, Bearded Wisdom. I've been watching it, and I hope you put this same piece on the podcast. That's going to be amazing to hear. But the next time you come on the stage and say you are only a filler, we could tell you, don't waste our time. Because you definitely in a filler. You could take your box, though.
I need to pick these up too.
Take your box. No, you don't worry about that. Don't waste your time.
Well, time is a precious thing to waste, and also time is money again. If you're just joining us, you are watching Own Talks 2025. It's the only place where you're able to sink in all of that knowledge, suck in all of that knowledge. I'm also joined by Devontae Hanna. He's joining us tonight for more commentary on Own Talks 2025. And tonight, the key word is activate.
In business, like I like to say, thousands of Bahamian entrepreneurs and budding business owners are here tonight to be filled. These are going to be the next shakers and movers of our country, and the only place to get all of the information is right here at Own Talks. And luckily for you that are home, you get a little sneak peek, but It's nothing like being here in the Atlantis Ballroom.
Being in the room. One of the things that Kenny said a minute ago that was so important about being in the room. When you're home, you're on the side of your friends, family, and loved ones, and you you don't really get to connect to people outside of your bubble. One of the fantastic opportunities that Own Bahamas presents is the opportunity to network. Relationships are so important in business, and it's one of the key takeaways that I took with me from last year's Own Talks Bahamas, that you got to get out the room. Sometimes you have to get uncomfortable. You may say, well, I'm antisocial. I don't want to talk to these persons. But you have to meet, you have to connect, and I think that is one of the golden things about Own Talks 2025. So many business persons, so many aspiring business persons who just need maybe a little help, a little motivation. Maybe sometimes it just takes that one conversation to turn that business around. Already tonight, I spoke with someone from the 6th grade, Freeport, Grand Bahama, Mary South Sea, 6th grade. And he told me, I just moved here and I started my business 3 years ago because of what happened at Own Talks 2025. Incredible stories tonight. You would have heard from Shanique earlier tonight, talking with so many business persons about Own Bahamas. And if you have not heard, Devontae is going to give you a quick rundown of who we can expect tonight.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have the 3 big speakers here tonight. Barbara Corcoran, she is a billionaire. You may know her from Shark Tank. She is a real estate guru, I'd like to say. Also, Vusi Tembakweo, who is a leader, an entrepreneur, and speaker, one of the best speakers all the way from South Africa, who is here in the building tonight. And also, Sebastian Bastian, the CEO, founder, our very own CEO of Island Luck, and also Wise Technology. It's going to be an exciting night, and it's going to be so many topics that we're going to pull from. And I'm pretty excited to hear from Barbara Corcoran. You know, she started her vision with just $1,000.
Yes.
$1,000.
Yes.
And she multiplied that all the way up to millions. And I think that's the billions. And that's the dream for, I think, everybody in there who may have started so small and be able to like build that company up to where it's a multi-million-dollar company.
So Devontae, if you had $1,000 today, how are you flipping that $1,000?
I've been thinking about this for so long, and I don't know, but that's why it's important that I'm here at Own Talks, so I can activate that portion of my mind. Correct. Because when you look at all of the businesses, everything is so saturated right now. And I've listening to Barbara speak over the past few days. She said, you know, you got to find something that'll break the ceiling. Something
disrupt the mold. I love that. We have to be able to disrupt the status quo, disrupt what is going on in a business environment. And something that I always hear Sebastian talk about is find the need. What do people need right now today? And how can we use technology to help them do something better or faster?
Definitely. And that's what they're going to learn here tonight. And when you look at the history of Own Bahamas, 10 years this year, and they've donated almost $1 million, $963,000 to 44 entrepreneurs. And it's absolutely amazing to see what the businesses here can do. And some of them are featured here in this marketplace where we are sitting, and they span several industries.
And the incredible thing about it, because we know during COVID, everybody was a businessman. Everyone had a business. You was cooking, you was painting. Listen, you was exhausted with the type of businesses that you came out with. But I think one of the challenges is that a lot of businesses don't have the support. They don't have the capital, which is so important. They don't have the know-it-how, the know-it-all. They don't have that expertise in that industry to really help them along. And even though a lot of persons were able to figure it out, you know, sometimes you need that help, you need that assistance. And I think that is what Own Talks really brought to the table. 10 years in doing business. Some of the businesses still standing the test of time. Some of my favorites, Bowflex, Barbie, Bakehouse, Millie's, Laundry Service, and the list goes on and on. As you said, we have many of them here today. And it's so fulfilling and enriching and encouraging to see these businesses still pushing. We know the type of business climate that, you know, we have in the Bahamas. And sometimes it's said that the Bahamas is maybe one of the most difficult places to get business done. The cost of doing business, definitely a challenge when we look at what we're faced with, electricity and all these other costs in terms of doing business. But these businesses who've had the help of Own Bahamas have been able to, even for now, stand the test of time.
Yeah, and then when you talk about tonight, two very special people will get a chance to pitch their business
I am
ideas.
so excited.
Yeah, and they're going to get a chance to win their share of $20,000.
Some big money given out. If you didn't put your business idea, if you was in the shower just thinking about this business, which you was trying to do from last year, from last week, from last month, you had an opportunity to submit that business idea and walk away tonight. Tonight, one lucky business owner will walk away with $20,000 to be able to start their own business. And not only life-changing, Devontae, but you look at the spin-offs on businesses and what that helps to do for the economy, provide jobs, provide opportunities, give someone the know-how, and also improve their skills. We always talk about that skills bank, and just before we wrap up, we're going to go live back in the room tonight. Barbara Corcoran, she's about to take the stage. Please put down whatever you're doing and listen up. Take your notepads out. Take the notes. You will not get these nuggets anywhere else. You've seen her on Shark Tank, and now she's coming to you live tonight on Bahamas 2025.
Why don't you be quiet? You gotta give up this crying stuff. Okay, I'm out. Too bad, Damon. Too bad, Damon. I happen to think I'm worth more. Why don't you pick the prettiest girl? I'm right here. You get this shot once. I am your dream partner. For all of those reasons, I'm out. Thank you. Whoa, whoa. Thank you. It's really nice to be here. Thank you very much. Did you know I was coming? I almost fell off those steps to get here. What are you saying? I can't hear you, but I'll keep... Okay, well, sit back and relax. I have a story to tell you. Okay? I grew up in a small town in New Jersey, and we were the largest family in town. We had 10 kids and one bath. My mother put her 6 girls in the girls' room, painted it pink. She put our 4 boys in the boys' room, painted it blue, of course. And my mother and father, who were devout Catholics, produced all those kids from the living room couch. In our family, the children are exactly a year and a half apart because I use the Catholic rhythm method. My mom was an incredible motivator. And if you had to wish for one trait from a mother, I think you would wish for love first and maybe motivation second. She didn't have much time showing us love. She was so busy working. But she sure had us definitely pay attention to her motivational skill. She would decide on the birth of each child what she thought their gift was. And when she would bring the child home from the hospital, she would unwrap them and introduce them to us, who was already in the family, and tell us who that child was going to be. I remember the day she brought my brother T home from the hospital, and she unwrapped his legs, and she said, he's going to be a magnificent dancer. And I remember sitting there, I was about 11, I'm thinking, dancer, man, that's cool having a dancer in the family, you know? And it was just based on the fact that he was kicking like hell and he had really fat legs, you know? But my mother would name each of the children, and for me, she said I had a wonderful imagination. She later turned that into, you really can bullshit. And she should have really predicted what I was going to be. She wasn't exactly spot on. She just said, you're going to not know what you're talking about, and you're going to keep talking, and she was right. And she should have predicted that I was going to be a real estate broker, because that's exactly what I did. My dad was my mother's 11th child. He taught us 2 things. He taught us how to have fun tremendously, and his idea of fun was wacky. He would put his 10 kids on a wooden ladder down a side yard in the snow, over a retaining wall, into the oncoming traffic, and he thought that was funny. My mother would stop all the fun, but what he also taught us was a wonderful trait of insubordination. He would work as a printing press foreman in the day, and he would pack trucks at night, and during the day he would be constantly fired from his job. He was home from work maybe every 8-9 months, and he was fired. And then we would all go to the kitchen table like 2 hours early because he was home early and wait for, let's see what Dad did. And he would sit, guess what, kids? The whole table would shout, you are fired! And then he would go on to say, that's right, kids, I told Mrs. Stein to take it and shove it up with a sunshine. And we'd all go, yay, Dad, yay, Dad. But interestingly enough, out of his 10 children, all 10 children grew up to be entrepreneurs. And I really credit that, not with my dad being an entrepreneur, because he always wanted to be an entrepreneur, but couldn't with 10 mouths to feed and 2 jobs to handle and everything that was on his plate. But he always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and he taught us to hate bosses. I swear I've never had a boss I liked. They could be perfectly fine to the next person, but I don't like working for them, you know? So we all went into business for ourselves. I'm going to jump forward now in the timetable. Enough about childhood. Fort Lee Diner in New Jersey. I was competing with the blonde bombshell. This is not a picture of her. That's Dolly Parton. But she looked just like Dolly Parton. She had giant breasts, like squares like this. And she had a gimmick, and I was the other waitress at the other counter. So she would come to her counter with her boobs, and she would balance 2 coffee cups, double stacked on each breast. Swear to God, I couldn't make this up. And 2 more in her hands, and 2 more in her hands for a total of 8, and hip her way through the doors at the Fort Lee Diner. And the guys went nuts. So I was complaining to my mother after a number of weeks working for the diner, that this was not fair because Nick, the diner owner, of course, the Greek guy, he didn't make the men sit at my counter, so I had hardly any customers. My mother said, why don't you just stay as sweet as you are and braid that long blonde hair into pigtails and look like Pollyanna, because men are just as attracted to virgins as they are to blonde bombshells. And that's exactly what I did. I braided up my hair and put red bows, and that was the day, thank God, Ramon Simone walked in. The moment I saw Ramon Simone come up the steps, I knew I'd be losing my virginity within the month. Which girls just kind of know that. And it wasn't like I was saving it for anybody, it's just nobody asked me for it. But he had jet black hair. He had not that leather jacket when I met him. He had a real suit on, a real pressed shirt. I had never seen a man in a pressed shirt. I thought he was a military man, just because his clothes were pressed, you know. But they walked into the diner and he ordered his cup of tea, and that was the beginning of my first romance. Of course, within about 2 weeks, he suggested that I go to the Barbizon Hotel for Women in New York City, right across the river from where my town was. And he said, you've got to see the city. I had never been there, even though it was a mile away, over the GW Bridge. He said, you got to be there. Come on, go. So I told my mother that it was a Barbizon Hotel for Women and no men were allowed, and Ray was paying for it 1 week at the Barbizon Hotel so I could go on vacation. My mother told me promptly I was a prostitute, which was really overrated, you know. And then when Ramon left me off at the Barbizon Hotel in his big Lincoln Continental with real leather seats, he gave me a crisp $100 bill. And he handed it to me and he said, go buy yourself a good New York outfit. And I realized my mother was right, I was a prostitute. And I grabbed that money right away, and I went to Bloomingdale's and bought myself a purple top, purple bell bottoms, purple boots, all for $100. And I went walking back, singing Georgie Girl, thinking I was a big shit, you know? So I went back to the hotel, and that was my beginning stay in New York. I was 23. And I got a job as a receptionist answering phones for 2 years. And then after 2 years, Ramon Simone had a great idea. He said, you know what, you've got a great personality. You'd be great in real estate sales. He should have just asked my mother sooner. But he gave me $1,000 to start a real estate company. Do you know what $1,000 is? In those days, even today, I mean, where the heck would I have gotten $1,000 from anyone? So he said he would take 51% of the partnership, and I would take 49%, and I could get going and start a real estate company. And that's exactly what we did. I knew the first day I started my real estate company, it's the strangest thing, but I wouldn't call it a vision because it sounds religious. I just got image. I saw myself with my little princess phone like I was the queen. I was the queen of New York real estate. I just saw it in living color. I saw the clothes I would be wearing. I saw people waiting in line to kiss my ring because I'd seen the Pope on TV a lot. you know, the kissing the ring. I thought I'd have a white gown on. I just thought everybody would want to see me because I was the queen, and that became my business plan. I never had a business plan. I just followed the image with everything I did, except for the white gown. I never really got that far. But I became the queen of New York real estate, I think because I had the vision, certainly early up, that that's exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, Ray and myself built our lives together. I found out a year after I dated him that he had 3 children. Big surprise, young children. And he asked me to move in and be their mom, and I was. And so for 7 years, we built our lives together fully, at home with the kids, and then certainly at the business I was building our lives together. And we had, at that time, we had probably 14 rental agents, and I was actually bringing home a paycheck. It wasn't just, can I get paid this week? I was actually making myself get a paycheck every week. I felt on top of the world. And then one day, Ramon Simone comes in as I'm making pasta, and he tells me, I have something serious to discuss. I'm going to marry your secretary. Yeah. I said, what? That bitch? She was just perfect the day before, but wasn't good anymore. Yes, he was going to marry Tina. He told me to take my time moving out. Don't worry about it. Don't get so upset. I was pretty upset because it was such a surprise. He'd been dating her for a year, and I didn't even know it, you know. And now he was going to get married. He was setting the date. It was just all so fast. It was hard to absorb. But I just took my time, took about a second, took my toothbrush and ran out of there and moved in with my best friend on East 79th Street to get my feet under my ground. It probably took me 6 months of, I don't know if it was depression or doubting myself. It was terrible. I could hardly walk. I don't know why it affected me so badly. But I thought that Ramon Simone found me in Edgewater, my hometown. Ramon Simone saw something in me. He made me a partner. He gave me the money. He coached me along my business. And without Ramon Simone, I was nothing. And he was with Tina in my office that I used to share with him, and they would be holding hands and giggling. And it would just break my heart. I just couldn't tolerate it. I just was weakened by it. So about 6 months later, I walked in on a Friday morning, and I said, Ramon, let me tell you, I'm going to end the business today. We're going to divide it in half. You pick who you want first, I'll pick who I want second. You do third, I'll do fourth. We'll divide the money, we'll divide the office, we'll divide everything. We're going to do it. It's going to take about 5 minutes. That's exactly what we did. He picked the top salesperson in the company. I picked the most organized person in the company who really couldn't sell very well. But I knew I needed structure for my business because I wasn't that structured myself. And on we went right down the line until it was divided into 2 groups of 14 people into groups of 7. I took my 7 people into the foyer and I said, hey, Monday we're moving. Ah, great, where are we moving? It's a surprise. Because it really was. But I was able to lease another floor in the building that afternoon, God, thank God. And we were open for business on Monday. We had all the phones installed. You could do it in those days. Just call Ma Bell and they installed your phones even on a weekend. I was able to buy a black desk on 42nd Street, and the guys would run it up to Midtown and put it in their place. And when the kids came in, well, I called them the kids. When the people came in on Monday morning, they found their box with a ribbon with a note from me, welcome to the Corcoran Group. Why the Corcoran Group? Because I knew I was going to need the help of the group, the whole group, if I was going to make it. And Ramon Simone gave me the best gift of ever when I was walking out the door on Friday afternoon. He said, you know, you'll never succeed without me. And I knew in my heart of hearts, in my gut, that I'd rather die than let that bastard not see me succeed. And he wasn't even a bastard, but he seemed it at the time. All right. He was wrong, of course. I sold my business 15 years later for $66 million. Whoa. Don't clap too hard. I've wasted a lot of it on Shark Tank. Keep spending it. All right. What did I learn along the way? So much, as we all do as entrepreneurs, because as an entrepreneur, you're inventing as you go. You see a problem, nobody's taught you what to do with this, to get a solution. You have to think on your feet and figure out what it is. But the first thing I learned was that perception creates reality, which is a hard lesson. My mother always said at home that the meek will inherit the earth. She was dead wrong. She never visited Manhattan. You know, the big mouth inherited the earth in Manhattan. So I found that if you could brag or create an image that you are something before you're something, that the something automatically happens because you're running like hell to cover your tracks. So every time I wanted to be a somebody in a different realm, I would just pretend I was a somebody and act like I had it done. And somehow the reality would meet the perception. Everybody reacted that way. I was in my office one day, how I discovered it, I'll share with you. I was in my office one day, I had a chronic complainer who was telling me it was a terrible recession, I had no money. And she was complaining to me that we weren't advertising anymore. Well, of course not, I had no money. But she's on and on complaining, how do you expect us to make sales? You don't advertise us. And I looked at her, I thought if I had a gun in the drawer, I would just take it out and kill her. But I just said, I have a new idea, I'm going to get customers in here, you just wait and see. And then when she left my office, I thought, what the hell do I do? And like any entrepreneur, you invent. So I took my 14 sales for the year, I had a total of 14 sales, I added them up, divided by 14, and I came up with an average sale price of $58,000. I typed on a piece of paper, average New York City sale price, $58,000, based on my sales. And I sent it out to everyone who wrote for the New York Times that day, the sports writers, the news writers, because their bylines are on the top of all the articles. And I put about maybe 55 envelopes together, and I sent it out to everybody at the New York Times. Now, I would like to tell you that good things happened. It didn't. I heard from no one. No one called. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But 2 weeks later, I'm home on a Sunday morning, and I get the New York Times. I open it up, and the headline reads, New York City prices hit all-time low. And the first line is, according to Barbara Corcoran, president of the Corcoran Group. I was like, holy shit, it's a Catholic miracle that Mom always talked about, you know? I just couldn't believe that we were in the New York Times with my stupid report that was based on nothing but my sales. And the New York Times didn't even send a reporter to check it out. I was just shocked that that could happen like so quickly. But it wasn't lost on me. I suddenly knew that morning that I had a new partner, and it wasn't Ray Simone. It was called the press. And I became a press junkie so far as creating press. I would publish reports on all kinds of shits that I made up. Just put it out there. It was always based on something, but it was exaggerated and looked like a bigger something. And I was quoted and called by everybody in the New York press for probably the next 15 years. And that's what built my business. It really built my business. So realize if you're working on what you want to materialize for your business, focus on creating the image that it's there. And it's a much easier way to build a business. I've never done it the other way where I've earned it before I had it. I kind of had it before I earned it. And it's not the right way to be, but it is the way it happens, or certainly in a city like New York City. And that's an island too, so that must have something in common with here. Okay. The second lesson is there are only two kinds of people at work, expanders and containers. And the sooner you know what you have in front of you in the individual before you, the better off you are and the faster you'll build your business. I'll tell you again a story on how I discovered this. Esther Kaplan came in for an interview. She was an older woman. She looked just like a Jewish Mother Teresa. She had conservative clothes, little pearl buttons, tight little suit, kind of like this little suit I have on. I've grown into it over the years. But anyway, she came in and wanted to interview as a salesperson. One look at her, I knew she would never make a salesperson. So I'm giving her just a courtesy interview really fast to get her out of the office and go on to the next person. And when I hand her my business card at the short end of the interview, she puts it in her purse. And she had a little oval purse with I don't know what kind of button it was on top, and it made a click, big click noise. She clicked it open, and she hovered over her purse, and she bent her purse over, and she had a miniature file cabinet in the purse. There were actually partitions with labels. And I had never seen anything like that. And I said to her, Esther, I want to make a spot for you. Can you start on Monday? Why did I change my feet? Because I recognized before me I had someone with the opposite skill set to myself. She was the ultimate container. She liked to know what's going on. She liked to control things. She was great at I made her my partner, I forgot to say. I made her my partner within a year. She controlled things. She was good at personnel. She was good at computers. She was great at banks. She was great at finance. She was great at legal. And what was I good at? Bullshit, selling, recruiting, hoopla, press. I was good at all that other stuff. I would have an ad agency walk in and give me 3 giant boards later on when the business was maturing, and I was about to spend $1 million on advertising, which was a lot for me. And they would show me the 3 boards and pitch them, and I would look at the boards, and I would take them right into Esther and put them in her office and say, let me ask you, Esther, which one do you like the best? And she would look at it. I could have knitted a sweater in the 10 minutes she took to look at it. She keeps looking at it and looking at it, and she goes, well, any of them, I guess, but not that one. And that would be the one I'd run with because she was so bad at advertising. It was just definitely the kind of advertising that would get people going. And inevitably, every time it was terrific. But I would go out to a bank and want to get an additional credit line, like a little bit, like another $10,000, guys, can you give it to me? And I'd come back with my tail between my legs. They'd say they loved having lunch with me, but they wouldn't give me any more credit line. I would send Esther out with the same financial. She would go out and come back with $100,000 extra. How did she do that? Because they trusted Esther. She was a container. She spoke their language. They were comfortable with her, and they didn't trust me, and they were right. They shouldn't trust me. Okay. So know what you have there. I never opened an office that wasn't headed by a container, of course, and an expander. People tend to open with expanders, but I never did it unless I had an equally strong container, and I never had to visit the office, and my business grew exponentially because I knew how to choose people. Expanders and containers realize what you have in front of you and use them to their own advantage because they are naturally that way, and you're not going to change them. Third is fun is the most underutilized thing that builds businesses today. When I see corporations, and very often they will consult with me as to how to make a creative team, because we're such a creative company. How do you create creativity? There's only one way, have fun. If you aren't focused in your business on making sure you have fun with your people, you're missing the big kahuna in business. I would spend probably 50% of my day planning fun. The details, the colors, what we would do, the surprises, this, that, all little fun things. We would have a lot of fun all through the summers, all through the winters, all through surprises. We would take them out. We had shoe shine boys at the desk on Monday. We had massage people on Friday because people were exhausted. We had theme parties where I would dictate the theme, dress as nuns. Do you know how much fun it is to see 1,000 people at the Waldorf Astoria dressed as nuns? When I finally told people for my final party, dress transvestite, the men said, no way, I'm not going to make her happy as a girl. Everybody came because they didn't want to miss the party. I mean, the more fun you have with people, the more creative they're going to be. And the reason for that is you'll never have a good idea at your desk. You've got to get out. You've got to get out. I've gotten all my good ideas being outside the office, stealing them from other industries that I would look and say, wow, that's clever, and try to apply it to my own industry. And that's how I got myself ahead as a creative company. Anything that happened in real estate in New York City happened at our shop first, because we were always trying things and we were always laughing. We didn't take ourselves seriously. You got to have fun. Next one is uncertainty always creates opportunity, particularly for small business people. Let me try to explain to you how I feel about this. When my company was young and I had a dozen people there, I would think of an idea on a Tuesday and get it out on the street by Friday. It was easy. Give it a try. Boom, boom, boom. When my company became 1,000 men strong, I would be like kind of like an aircraft carrier. I would think of an idea on Monday and I maybe make it materialize 3 months later. It was a slow turn. Such a disadvantage large companies have and such an advantage little companies have. I realized, growing my business, that the big guy has a corner of money, always. You can't compete with the big guy because he's got the deep pockets. But when the times get bad, the little guy has a corner on creativity. And it's the creativity that always pushes business ahead. The new idea, the trying this, the trying that. Never just the money. What happens in good times is the big guy spends money, but in bad times he goes and he hides. I know that. I race ahead of my competition all the time, but only in bad times. Because I would go in 17th position, say, in my marketplace, and come out in 12th position. How did I jump 5 people? Because the people that were big were all hiding. They had committees, they had attorneys, they had accountants, they had reputations to hold up, and so they didn't change so well. But the little guy has nothing to lose and nowhere to go but up, so the little guy can take the chances. And if you realize that the worse the market is, your climate is, the more apt you are to pull yourself ahead. I never pulled ahead in good times. I couldn't, no matter how hard I worked, but I always jumped ahead in bad times. And I think you have to remember that as a little entrepreneur, always. And not so little, but just a creative, good entrepreneur. I meant to tell you about this, yeah. For example, that's his homes on tape. There's a plant in the way. I can't read my own notes. I had a great idea once, and you will agree that it's a great idea. There was no internet. It was a year before the internet came out, and we were operating as a broker in New York City. And I had a great idea that I would take all of our listings and put it on tape so that people could pick out their home from their lazy boy chair at home. And I had a 1-bedroom tape, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom tape. And I told my salespeople, we're taking you into cyberspace, and they loved it. But nobody handed out the tape. And you know why? Because they were afraid that their customer would call the other person who had their phone number on the tape, the prettier girl at the next listing. So nobody handed it out. So I lost $77,000, which was my first profit I ever made. $77,000. Boy, Esther was going to kill me. I was afraid to tell her. I just didn't know what to do. And then I was with my husband that night, who was a Navy captain. And he came home as a weekend warrior and said, I really had the best time in South Korea because we blew up the North Koreans on this new government thing called the internet. And I said, what's that about? And he told me it was something that operated in real time. The games are different this year. It was incredibly exciting. It was alive. And I listened to it, and I went right back to the office. I threw all my homes on tape, downloaded them onto the internet, and that week, boom, 2 sales from England hit. England. I was now international. I was just a New York City girl, and now we're pulling in people from England? And I had almost 9 months on the internet without anybody in my industry even knowing about it. What an advantage it was. Do you know I went out right away and I registered everybody's URL under my name? Do you know how that pissed them off? But when they came onto it, proving again that the little guy is really smarter at change. The people who called first were the little brokers, the guys smaller than me. The people who called very last were the giants in the industry. They didn't even know the internet was happening. And they were so slow on the draw that they missed the boat. Do you know, that particular year that I discovered the internet, I came in like 12 or 14, I forget what my ranking was. I came out as 2. 2 years later. Do you think that was my genius? No, it wasn't. It was just stepping in the stuff at the right time and experimenting and throwing up chat rooms and throwing up different ways of showing listings. I was able to experiment. And it was only because I was a young broker and eager to try things and redefine my market. All right. Wait, is this where I am? Oh, I'm so excited to be in this room tonight with my own family. Are they here? What is this? I'm sorry, they're giving me a message, but it makes no sense. I'll ignore it. Okay. Let me tell you, I think the most important quality to have as an entrepreneur is resilience. I have trained salespeople my whole life. I used to look at the great salespeople that were making $1 million a year selling apartments and compare them to my average salesperson who was making $42,000 a year. That was my average in my company. And I used to look and try to think, why the heck, with the same advertising, the same company brand, the same assets available to them, why would somebody make $1 million as opposed to $42,000? I thought it was the connections they had. I had people that went to Harvard, had all the right connections. I thought it was how hard they worked. I fired more people who worked the hardest because they were working on the wrong stuff all the time. I was really always a student of what makes them tick. And it took me many years in the business before I realized they're simply better at getting back up. I would have my top salesperson take a hit and lose a $4 million deal. They worked on for 7 months, and they'll go, okay. And they feel sorry for themselves, and they'd get up like within an hour and take on the new customer. It was amazing to me. They just simply, the difference between the top people and everyone else was how long they took to feel sorry for themselves. That's all it was. When I started working on Shark Tank, I started investing. I think to date I have 143 businesses that I invested in. And I can tell you, out of the 143 businesses, there are probably 35 that are really profitable and very successful. And that's exactly what these entrepreneurs have. They have the ability to take a hit and keep on ticking. It's almost like they're the kind of people that come up like a jack-in-the-box. You know what a jack-in-the-box is, where it comes up, you push the head down, you turn it again, he comes up. Well, they're almost too stupid to know better. They almost don't know how to stay low because they come back up and you hit them on the head again, come back up, hit them on the head again. But I have found that all the people that are incredible at entrepreneurship are simply incredible at trying, and getting back up. A lot of people will ask me a lot of questions about how do you encourage children to be more confident, or how do you get more confident when you're older? I believe that it is something that can be learned. I believe that the only reason I'm very confident is I expect to win on anything I do. I don't always, but it's because I know I will try harder than anybody else. I will keep getting up and trying. And what happens if you're always up there trying a lot, you're going to hit. You just have to hit. You're going to hit more than everybody else. So the entrepreneurs I've worked with, the salespeople I've worked with, other business people I've worked with, what do they have all in common? They simply try harder than everybody else. That's what I have found. So I think I wanted to say that, I also did try getting the Shark Tank job. Now, I tell you, I got a message asking me if I want to be on Shark Tank. I said, sure. I signed up right away. I didn't even read the contract, sent it back. 2 weeks later, I got a call saying they had changed their mind. They invited another girl to play. I'm like, hold on. I told my friends I was going to Hollywood. I bought a new coat and nice luggage. Come on, what's going on here? I was crushed. And then I did what I always do well. I sat down and wrote an email, and I said, I understand you've asked another girl to dance instead of me. This is to Mark Burnett, who ran the show. You asked another girl to dance instead of me. I'm accustomed, you wanted to use me as a fallback. I said, I'm accustomed to coming in first. Everything that happened to me in my life happened to me after a failure. And I consider you my lucky charm. I think you should invite both ladies out to compete for the job, the one lone female seat, and I'll be there on the 8th in the next flight. And what do you think he did? He invited me out. Do you know how happy I was when they pulled her gold star off the door and put my gold star up? On the trailer, they have magnetic gold stars. I was so happy. But why did I really get my whole Shark Tank 14 years of, which I love, it's like playing fairy godmother to great entrepreneurs your whole life. I got it because I stood back up, kind of like a jaguar. You can't put me down, I'm getting back up, okay? So I went to Hollywood. Finally, I went to Hollywood. There's my gang right there. We always have a lot of fun. 17 seasons on Shark Tank. That's me at 13. That's me, believe it or not, at 70. Don't clap, no, it's cheating. Because the one good thing that happens in Hollywood is they never let you get old. They airbrush your shit out of your face the rest. That looks nothing like me. No waist, everything. Yeah. So if you want to be young forever, go to Hollywood. Okay? That's it, I guess. I had an ending, but I forgot what it was. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
In the darkness.
I have 2 questions for you. By the way, you look absolutely amazing tonight. So Hollywood didn't airbrush you.
Bullshitter.
This is just absolute.
He's a bullshitter.
I must be an expander, not a container, right?
Oh, you're a bullshitter.
You have people here who are mixed ages.
Yes.
Sometimes when we talk entrepreneurship, we often think about people who are in their 30s and their 40s, and we start talking about young people in entrepreneurship.
Yes.
What advice would you give the individual that's sitting in this room at 60, 70, who want to get that start? They might have been in jobs for their entire lives because that's where they ended up.
Yes.
And now they want to build that dream that they had at 20. What would be your advice to them?
My advice would be that, number one, if you have a dream, don't let it go. Nothing's worse than dying with a dream in your stomach, that you haven't really done it, right? So you have an obligation, I think, to yourself to try it. I have many success, well, not many, that would be an exaggeration. I probably have 6, 7 older entrepreneurs, but they all have young partners. That's interesting. They all have young partners, whether they be family partners or connected with someone else and built the business together. I think not doing it alone is important. And not because you're old, but I think it helps you to have camaraderie and somebody pushing the wagon, somebody to report to. I don't know if that's a good answer, but that's my answer.
Well, you know, the earlier speaker was talking about where midlife is, and he had midlife somewhere between 45, the string, and 45 and 50. It was really scary, and then I looked at it and I had to reject it in my mind because, you know, Barbara, for me, whenever I fill out the applications and they say 30 to 35, 40 plus, I scorch out the 40 plus and I put the actual age, right? The next question I have for you is people have seen your success.
Yes.
And it's been all over the world, all over television. Everybody in the Bahamas watches you here, right? We have realtors in the house and real estate agents in the house. And we have persons from Corcoran Real Estate that's in the house as well. Yes, they're in the back there.
In the back?
Yeah, you know what? They must have been containing themselves rather than expanding themselves. So my final question to you is, that moment of when you failed at something, what was that gut feeling like, and what did you tell yourself to get back out there?
You're talking about in my business or anytime?
Anytime.
Yeah. My first failure was really at school. You know, in school,
Me too.
we have many entrepreneurs.
Still struggling.
Many entrepreneurs. But, you know, at school, children are judged by how well they could read and write and how they could do math. How cruel to judge their intelligence. So when I was in 3rd grade, I was declared dumb by Sister Stella Marie, that bitch from... And when I went home, but I...
Listen up, listen up!
Yeah. But to my mother's great credit, when I went home to complain to her and crying because I had never had a label for myself. I knew I was different, but I didn't know what the label was. My mother said, "Don't worry about it, Barbara. You'll fill in all the blanks." And she was right, so she lifted me up. But failing at school is a hard one to get over. It chases you for your whole life. I'll still be at a board meeting, and someone will ask me to read something like the minutes or the log of whatever, and I will pass it to someone else because I'm panicked that I can't read. You know? So failing at school is the first failure, but failing at work was also hard because it's really, you're fighting yourself more than the enemy is yourself. My own self-talk, for me, always proved my enemy. What are you doing here? You're not going to do it. You don't know what you're doing. You're not right in their league. They're not paying attention to you. I would have
Wow.
And once I was about 40, I decided I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to eliminate it. So I have a new tape. Listen to my tape. You'll like it. If you can borrow it if you want. Now at 41, I was like, you are fucking amazing. You're beautiful. You're smart. These guys have nothing on you. They're meaningless. And I would go on and on and on. And so the self-tape for me was my best defense against failure, always through my whole life.
Good stuff. Let's give Barbara a round of applause. I'm going to take you right there.
Thank you.
I bet I could beat you running to this long pole.
I bet you my drink will come up before yours. Well,
I bet you I could hold my breath longer.
bet.
Hey, wait.
If it can happen, you can bet it. So why not bet with us? The Bahamas' #1 online casino, lottery, and sportsbook. We bet you won't find bigger payouts anywhere else but islandluck.com. Win
7.5 years, but I walk in here all of a sudden, total stranger. I'm calling you Rick and Sheila.
At Island Luck, we take sports seriously. Get ready to experience the thrill of winning anytime and any place. Bet in real time and live the thrill of every play while watching your winnings stack up. It's your chance to score big with fast payouts and a world-class experience. Get in the game and bet the Bahamian way with Island Luck Sportsbook.
To get somebody, ma'am, right there. It laid on my kidney that you should come up. You go up on the stage. And you right here, come for me. Come. I hope you got it right. All right, let's give them a round of applause. We go into school today. We go into, I mean, you got the whole notebook.
And I feel it now. Want this forever. And I feel it now.
But I call you, but come, let me see. Come. Barbara, leave this tea here. This nice and warm. I might have to drink this. All right. Now, she gave us some great pieces of advice. I want you to remind this audience. First of all, what are you going to do in 2025? You're going to what? It's an A word. You're going to what? Activate. You're going to what? Activate. No, you have to say, I'm going to activate. Activate. No, but say it all together. You all fail at school, eh? I know it's very hard to fail at school. 1, 2, 3. Activate. No, keep up. I'm going to activate. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to activate. Good. Now, what was the first nugget that she dropped?
Perceptions creates reality.
Wonderful. You know something? I have something for you. If I'm giving you these things, there you go. What was the second one?
There are only 2 kinds of people at work.
Say that with your chest.
There are only 2 kinds of
Welcome back to Own Talks 2025, and I am just thrilled to welcome with us Barbara Corcoran. She is the CEO of the Corcoran Group, and also you've seen her all about. She's no stranger to us, Devontae, from Shark Tank, one of my absolute favorites. And we are so excited to have you in the chair tonight. We thoroughly enjoyed your message to the audience. Very motivating, very inspirational. But one of the things I wanted to ask, what has been, that burning question is about challenges, is about overcoming. It's about when you see young people today and older people wanting to start a business, we hear about the success. One thing I want to know is, what are some of the things that you see today persons are doing wrong in business?
I think the most common thing, you can hear me okay on this?
I can.
I think the most common thing is people think they have to get it right. They have to have a plan together. I say you don't have to get it right, you just have to get it going. I think when you get it going, the minute you get in the street, you see what's wrong with your idea. You see what obstacles you have to overcome. There's no way you could theorize it. So you just have to get out and get in the mud, and then you'll find the way. I have seen people that have no confidence before they start the business. The minute they're in the street, they find that confidence. So I think the worst thing is getting everything right. People will get things right for
own ideas, right?
For 2 years, I've seen them. Yeah, we're going to start. Never starts. So the more you wait, the less likely they are to start.
That's me, Devontae. That's definitely me. I need to start. Right?
Yeah.
It sounds like me in the gym.
Yes.
But
that's different. That doesn't count.
I mean, obviously, you are certainly a mogul. You turned $1,000 into an empire. What is really the first step to activate that journey? What do you think that is?
When you say activate the journey, do it?
Yes.
Do it? Well, I can't give you advice or anybody else really advice on that. I could tell you what worked for me. I had a determination that I didn't want to do the same thing for the rest of my life. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to be somebody. And also, I think I always had the sense that if I failed, big deal. We were happy, poor. We didn't have anything, but we were a happy family. My parents were happy. The kids were happy. I was happy at the diner as a waitress. So if all else blew up, I always felt like I could be happy again. I don't really need all the trappings.
And that's what really matters. Just having fun and being happy and enjoying what you do every single day.
But that's all that counts. Like the guy with the string today. I don't know his name. When he snapped that string, I almost had an ulcer.
Wow.
I wanted to run out and do something more.
That is such an inspiring story. I'm sure all of the audience, all of our viewers, they really enjoyed what you had to say, and very motivational. But if you could leave them with one key advice, I know I've watched you all the time, and your key questions: how much does it cost to make that product? What is the breakdown?
That gets boring.
Yes. What key thing would you tell any business person, aspiring business person, other than get up off your you-know-what and start the business, other than just activate? One key thing that they should do, they should learn, they should know in this moment before we close out.
I would say sales cures everything. Can you sell what you think you can? It's all about whether it sells. Everything else falls into place: cost, marketing, social media, if you really have a product that can sell. But most people don't ask. Most people don't ask, do you want to buy it?
It's very true.
Yeah.
You've heard it here first. We are so thankful to have Barbara Corcoran in the room joining us, telling us about her story, inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs. We take you back live in the room. Our very own Sebastian Bastian will take the stage.
It's my spot on the page. And so the second time, a couple of weeks later, someone asked me to speak. I was a little nervous, but I took it anyway. Same thing happened. So the third time I was asked to speak, I play busy. Now, the hardest man to catch up with is a man who playing busy. And then a couple of months later, I realized that I actually could speak. I just needed glasses. So ever since I get my glasses, I ain't stopped talking yet. And just in case I lose my glasses, I got a couple of extra pairs. So you're all in for a ride, so buckle up. You know, you've heard the wisdom, you've heard the insights, you've heard the inspiration to get you to your next level of success, power, and possibility. But what happens next is up to you. Some of you will leave here tonight and you can say, that was good. Like someone ever tell you they've been to church and you ask them how it was, they say, it was good. You say, what did the pastor preach about? I know, but it was good. Right? And then some of you are going to leave here tonight and you're going to think and you're going to plan, and then somehow, some way, unfortunately, you could be in the same place, same position next year. And the third group of people, that's my people. You're going to say, this was damn good. You can launch a plan, you can finish the plan, you could jump in motion, you could implement everything. So 9 to 10 months from now, this time next year, you already have failure, knowledge, and experiences under your belt. So repeat after me. Don't wait. Activate. Tonight, we're celebrating more than a milestone. We're celebrating impact. Over the past decade, the OWN Foundation has donated almost $4 million in grants, events, and programs. And we've helped dozens and dozens and dozens, one more dozen, and dozens of new businesses start their entrepreneurial journey. So, what has started off as just a simple vision has now grown into a movement. And that evidence is right here in this room tonight. That's 10 years of progress, 10 years of accomplishments, and most importantly, 10 years of ownership. So I want you guys to give yourself a round of applause for being a part of this movement. But even as we celebrate, we must face the sobering truth. Too many of our people are working harder than ever and still can't get ahead. Too many are stuck in survival mood with dreams in their hearts and bills on their back. And here's the thing. These aren't just today's struggles. This is a story we've been writing for more than half a century. Because after 52 years of independence, we stand proud as a nation. Proud of our culture, proud of our resilience. That part is not deniable. But pride alone can't pay bills. Pride alone can't close the gaps between the haves and the have-nots. So the question becomes, what do we do? Do we sit around and hope someone else come and fix the problems for us? Or do we pass it on to the next generation and say, let them fix it? President Barack Obama said in a speech once, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek. Now that's in politics, that's in life, that's in business, that's in entrepreneurship. That's responsibility is not just on governments, not just on programs, not just on private institutions. That full responsibility is on us. Right here, right now, it's time we activate. Now, according to the Webster's Dictionary and ChatGPT, the definition of activate means to make something start working or become active. And there's a powerful quote by Nelson Mandela. He said, vision without action is nothing more than a dream. Action without vision is just passing time. But vision with action, that could change the world. So meaning that when you combine the two, it can significantly change the outcome of your business, of your idea, or even your life. When I was a young boy, my mother, where's my mother? Oh, right there. Give it up for my mother. Several sides. Listen, she put up with a lot, I can tell you that. I wasn't a bad boy, but boy, was I mischievous. And when I was a young boy, my mother and I used to live between sisters' houses. And she told me, one day, we can have our own house, and you have your own room, and you have your own bed to sleep in. And somewhere between all those side hustles, selling Easter baskets, Valentine baskets, baking cakes, she was eventually able to buy that house. And sure enough, I got my own room, and I got my own bed. In fact, it was a bunk bed. So when I went to sleep at night, I had options. I could sleep high, I could sleep low, and at a very young age, I learned the power of having options and choices. When I was 7? Yeah, when I was 7. She just wanted me to plug that in there. Now, I wasn't sure why my mother bought me a bunk bed at the time because I was the only child. But it came in handy when my cousins slept over because nobody wanted to sleep in bed with me. I had earned the nickname Pissy Cow. Yeah. If you slept next to me, you was going to wake up floating. 100%. So by the time I got to the 8th grade, I came up with an idea. I wanted to sell hats, personalized hats on campus. Oh, anybody from SAC in here? Yeah. Anybody ever buy a hat from me? SAC? All right. So it just so happened I needed the money to buy these hats. And it just so happened the school nurse, Donna Saunders, I overheard her. Give it up for Donna Saunders. That's my favorite teacher, even though she never used to teach. I overheard her one day saying that she needed a bunk bed. Oh, sorry, a bed. So ladies and gentlemen, my bed had to go. She bought my bunk bed. True story, she bought my bunk bed for $150. I slept on the floor, but I had the money to buy the personalized hats which I sold on campus. And that was one of my first sparks, one of the first moments that activated my entrepreneurial journey. So tonight, my hope is that something in this room sparks, ignites, or activates your journey to success or becoming an entrepreneur. Now, before we even talk about taking actions, we need to talk about identity. Because identity comes first and action always follows. There's a book by James Clear. It's called Atomic Habits. Anyone ever read that book? In that book, he says, every action is a vote for the type of person you want to become. So that means if you want to be successful, yeah, you might do a few successful things here and there. But when you say, I am the kind of person that creates success, every choice starts lining up with that identity. If you say, I'm a builder, you'll start looking for problems to solve, ideas to launch, things to create. If you say, I'm a leader, you'll start to show up like one, speak up in meetings, start mentoring someone on the team, and taking ownership. And this will happen long before someone even gives you the title. So identity creates activation. So when you decide who you are, action stops feeling like it's forced. It becomes natural, it becomes automatic, and you simply just proving yourself right the whole time. So before you walk out this room tonight, I want you to decide who you want to be and who you are. Decide the identity that you will embody, and let every action from here on in be a vote to back that up. Now, the book also goes on to say, the biggest mistake that smart people make is confusing motion with action. When you're in motion, you're planning, you're strategizing, you're learning, and all those things are good things, but they don't produce a result. See, action, on the other hand, is the type of behavior that would deliver an outcome. So, for instance, Let's say I outline 20 ideas for an article that I want to write. That's motion. If I actually write and publish the article, that's action. If I search for a better diet plan and sign up for the gym, that's motion. If I actually eat healthy and show up to the gym, that's action. So you came to Own Talks in 2023, some of you. Some of you came again in 2024. Some of you are back here in 2025. That's motion. But if you're leaving here fired up tonight and 90 days from now you're actually going to launch that business, that is action. And that's not just action, that's activation. So, I know this is Own Talks and we do a whole lot of talking, but I want to leave you with something tangible tonight. Because there are new waves of technologies that are breaking down old barriers to business. Now, these tools are making it possible for anyone, and I mean anyone, to become an entrepreneur, even with little to no money, even with no technical skills, no team, and two of the most powerful softwares right now, I would say, would be Replit and Lovable. So Replit is like a workshop in the cloud. I want you to think of it as a toolbox that fits in your laptop. It builds software and applications. Lovable is like a co-founder, like an AI co-founder. So instead of hiring a team of developers or learning how to write code, you can simply describe your idea in plain, everyday language, and the software starts building for you. So together, softwares like Replit and Lovable are democratizing entrepreneurship. So they're taking what once used to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and months at a time, and they're putting that power in the hands of the everyday dreamer. So for the first time in history, the idea and the ability to execute that idea is in the hands of one person. You don't need permission. You don't need investors to say yes. You don't even need years of training. All you need is the willingness to activate and start. And this is why I believe there's going to be a new rise of a certain kind of entrepreneur, and that's the solo entrepreneur. Someone that can go from concept to company with nothing more than an idea, a laptop, and the willingness to activate. So tonight, I don't just want to talk about it. I want to show you it right here, right now. We're going to build two businesses in real time, and you're going to see how quickly you're going to go from idea to tool to tangible business. Because if I can take my bunk bed, sell it, and activate my journey, can you imagine what you could do for $20 a month in a laptop? So, Sophia, can you please bring up the... So this is Lovable, and I'm going to... Sophia, my trusted agent, she's going to type the prompt while I say it. So, there's three things people actually care about in life. So I just want to put this out there. People care about their children, people care about their dog, or their pet, and people care about themselves. So, I'm going to make a business for pets. So, I want you to type this prompt for me. Create me a dog-sitting app called Vacation Pause. I want to have other dog walkers sign up to this marketplace. Show me a dashboard with some mock data so I can see how it looks. I want people to be able to book dog walking services. I want people to be able to book dog nanny services. I want to have reoccurring bookings at a rate of service. I want to make the app fully clickable. And just because I'm not an expert at that business, I want you to also include other elements you think I would need for that business. So even if you don't even know what all to put there, you could just tell it to actually help you. So she's going to put that in there. She types a little slower than I talk. But I gave her a cheat sheet just in case I go too fast. All right. And she's going to click that in a second. And right before your eyes, that is going to start building that up. Now, I knew that this was going to take a while, so I'm going to build a second business. I'm going to build two businesses. You know, how many people in a relationship in here? Nobody. Boy, it's a lot of single people in this room. How many people ever had a fight in their relationship? That's a lot of people. All right, so I'm going to create a business to solve all people who have a lot of problems at home. I want to create an app that will track my arguments in my relationship. I want this app to allow me to put in information about the partner. Let me slow down, because she's typing, sorry. Put in information about the partner that started the argument. I want information on how long the argument lasted. I want you to put some dashboards there and some statistics on who caused the most, who caused it the most, who resolved it the most, what was the duration of the argument, how long did we upset each other. Oh, she's typing. Oh, she's typing. All right. And please add anything you think that would make this app more functional. Make this app clickable and add mock data. All right, so she's going to put that up there. Now, it takes about 4 to 5 minutes to build those apps. So I knew I had two options while this was building, while I was standing up here. One, I could stand up here and just stare at you. Well, there's three options. Two, I could tell a joke. Or three, I choose number three, I can actually give you, I get this question all the time, like, listen, I got $1,000, I got $2,000, I got $5,000. What type of businesses can I start with that? So I'm going to give you a couple of business ideas that I came up with last night while I was thinking about some ideas. So, and these business ideas are designed for very low income. So here we have is technical producer. We have a mobile arcade trailer. Now you can get these trailers for about $5,000 to $8,000, and each game that goes into them about $500 to $1,000. You can rent this to parties, events, functions, and you can make about $800 to $1,000 per event. So that's about $1,800 to $2,000 per weekend. So imagine if you got booked twice a month, 2 weekends a month, it's $4,000. If you book out every month, that's $8,000. And you could take your time. You could buy the trailer. You could buy 3 games. Then you could buy another one and add it on and on. So really good passive income. Remember, in life, you must always find ways to make passive income. This is money that you don't take a 9 to 5 to make. And if your passive income exceeds your burn, which is your cost of living, you'll never have to work a day in your life. Working will be optional. So let's go on to number 2. The next idea. This is circular boat. This is a floating dining experience. These boats go for $2,800 each. $2,800 each. You can rent these out for like $400 to $600. Do a little, we have 10 million tourists with nothing to do. I see the vision like you can have a conch salad making tour. You can have you can put a grill in the middle there like you see there. You can have wine sunset tours. You can rent those out for $400 to $600 per group. And even if you had 8 to 10 rentals, that's $4,000. And at your own pace, you can add another one and another one and another one and grow it to as big as you actually want it. Another passive income. The next idea. Now this one I'm a little biased. Every time I go to Miami, I got to go to the mall and get me one of these mangoes. You know how y'all go to Starbucks and y'all let them swing y'all just naming the coffee Frappuccino and y'all pay $10 for it? Well, you could do the same thing with a mango. This little machine right here is $480 on eBay. You put a mango in and it shreds it, and they sell all these toppings like lime and lemon peppers and all that kind of stuff. And even if you don't want to do this, you could actually hire people and put them in all these different pockets of the island, and you can make a passive income of around $6 to $7, per serving, and that's some good money every month. Next one. This is a mobile pressure washing machine. This costs $2,500. So this actually can hold 200 gallons of gas as a pressure washer. You can hire someone, or you can do it yourself if you're a guy, or you can just hire someone. People have mold and mildew on their porches, on their walls, and you can just, at your own pace, you can add multiple of these. I mean, I'm a developer. I can tell you we're always in the business of pressure washing patios and walls and different things like that. So very low entry. These services will range around $200 to $300. You get about 6 to 7 jobs a month. That gives you about $2,000 in passive income. Next one. Food truck garden. Now, everybody always tells you real estate is one of the best businesses to get into. But what they don't tell you is real estate is one of the most expensive businesses to get into. And I'm going to show you how you could become a landlord making the same kind of money that people make by building all these triplex and duplex and quadruple plexes and all that with a quarter of the price. You don't even have to, if you could find vacant land, you could rent the land, or if you own the land, all you need is some artificial turf, and you just buy these food trucks. They range from $6,000 to $8,000 depending on the size. You got those picnic benches there that Home Depot sells for $199. You put a little bit of those string lights that Amazon got for $39. And if you could start with 2 trucks, rent them out, buy another 2 trucks, rent them out, before you know you got an 8-plex. Right? And you now have a place called Island Food Garden. And you have a food experience where restaurants or, those kind of vendors would come and rent those booths $1,000 a month. You have 8 of them, that's $8,000 a month. I can tell you, I've built apartments and I only get $1,000 a month. I had to build a whole apartment and buy land and all that. So this is a very lucrative but low entry way to play in the real estate space. So I think our apps are ready. So I'll go back to this. So here you see the pet, it's even named it. So it's Vacation Pause. As you can see, we have the services up there. You can find sitters. You can scroll up. You can click Book Now, and it'll bring up a whole menu of all the different times that you're available. If you can have all these, you can have dog walking, pet sitting, you can have the reviews from all of the dog walkers. If you don't want to have dog walkers, if you are the dog walker, you can just tell it that you don't want it to be a marketplace. You just want it to be a single company owned. Any changes you want to make, you just put in the prompt right there, and you can make the changes to the app. If I wanted this to go live, I'll hit that publish button up in the top right corner, and this thing is live, and you can download the Apple and the Android code to upload it to the Play Store. And just like that, you're in business. The prompt should be in depth. You can add things like, I want Google single sign-on. I want you to sign up with Facebook. I want you to integrate Stripe for me. I want you to integrate Apple. So you can even go to ChatGPT and you can say, build me a lovable prompt for this type of business, so it gives you a good expanded definition of what you need. Copy, paste it into the lovable window, and it will create that app. Now, the more features you ask it for, it would take a little bit longer, but it wouldn't take more than 20 minutes. So you can be in business. So all those ideas I showed you. So let's say if you wanted to have that mobile arcade, that means you can go to Lovable, build the app and the website in 5 minutes, and then you're in business once you bring that thing in. So let's flip over to another business that we built, the relationship tracker. Wow. So as you can see, statistics, we had 8 arguments this month. The average time of those arguments was 30 minutes. My average upset time was 1 hour and 1.6 hours. My partner's average upset time was 1.4 minutes. Who started the argument? All right. Who resolved the argument? Argument and the most common topics, you can actually have topics on it. So even if you wanted to just have that out there and have people subscribe for $3.99 a month or whatever, but I just say that to say that the possibilities are endless. Whatever you can think, you can develop. So, if you have to develop 20 different apps or business ideas and 19 of them fail but one makes it, so what? It's $20 a month. So what? So the barrier of entry has been significantly reduced, and I want you guys to, watch a YouTube video, learn how to use it, and have a lot more understanding of how it's used, and you can be in business in no time. So, the future of entrepreneurship. This is what the future of entrepreneurship looks like in 2025. This is what activation looks like in 2025. So the next time you hear the word AI, it doesn't have to mean artificial intelligence anymore. After the night, AI also means additional income. The other day I came across this definition of the word poor. I thought it was very profound. It said, poor means passing over opportunities repeatedly. I don't know what you all thought it meant, but that's what it means. So there is no reason to be poor. No reason. That's a choice. It's too easy now for us to put in the work and get into businesses and activate and start to put our side hustles to work. And everybody wants to have their version of success. Everybody wants to be rich. And I don't mean rich like in money. Rich in life, rich in spiritually rich, happiness rich, financial rich. And that article went on to say rich means ready, innovative, consistent, and hungry. So, as I bring this to a close, I want to leave you with this. Almost everyone in this room has some sort of subscription that you sign up for. Whether it be Netflix, Apple Music, Hulu, YouTube, you name it. I want to invite you to sign up for some new subscriptions to go along with the other 40 you probably don't need. So repeat after me. I subscribe to take action, to finish what I start, to be a lifelong learner, to multiply my money, and to become the activator of my life. Ladies and gentlemen, activation is the rent you're going to have to pay for greatness. So, when you leave this room tonight, I want you to exit in a particular way. Don't leave with just a dream. Don't leave just inspired. I want you to leave with the fire in your bones fully activated. Because we have talked for 10 years, we have built for 10 years, and it's time we go out there and own the next 10 years. So thank you very much.
You have just heard from His Excellency Sebastian Bastian giving you some tangible nuggets for starting your own business. And it begins really and truly at the palm of your hand, Devontae.
One question for you though, Janaea. Are you rich, ready, innovative, consistent, and hungry?
I believe I am. After all of that, I ain't gonna be poor no more. I promise. I'm not
Absolutely
passing
not.
over these opportunities repeatedly
Yep.
to keep myself in a slump, in a slug. And many of you may be looking at your situation again, having those ideas, and you don't have to go anywhere. You don't even have to create a business plan now in this age of technology.
Yep.
You have the tools you need to get in there and get that business started. And that is one of the beautiful things that OWN is all about. Speaking of OWN, a lucky business owner will have a chance to pitch their ideas to all of our panelists today to walk away with $20,000.
Yeah, like you said,
life-changing, mind-blowing, and
Definitely.
obviously helps a lot of people along the way.
Yep, and I think the one lesson that's been so consistent throughout the night is that you just have to take the first step. You just have to activate, which is the theme here tonight. And we heard it from Barbara, we heard it from Sebas. You just need to go out and do it, and you may be thinking and really volleying with the thought for so long. In our discussion, we spoke about that. In fact, I just want to put it out there. The mango idea was my idea.
No, it wasn't. Devontae. You've been to Orlando 20 times. Stop it.
No, but you honestly just have to get up and do it, and that's what's been replaying this entire night.
And I saw some great business idea, that cruising boat, obviously something that we can definitely benefit from. We had more than 9 million tourists coming into the Bahamas last year alone. They're going to need something to do.
And that's the constant cry from the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Tourism, and other tourism officials. When these people come here, there's nothing for them to do. When they come on the ship for the day, they've already been and seen the straw market. What else is there to do? And, we now have to start getting creative and using the technology like Sebas actually put up there on the screen and come up with these plans where we can, diversify our product.
And I think one of the things that I have not heard the speakers talk about, but sometimes we need that help.
Yeah.
Barbara talked about it. You cannot do it alone. So you may have to partner with someone who's going to help you to build that capital. And we always talk about other nationalities pooling their resources together, whether that be crowdfunding. Even, we do it in an ASU, but we do it for that one singular purpose.
Right.
I want my draw and I want my money for me to do what I want to do with it, right? So if we pool all of our resources together, we're always doing it in that concept, but for a common cause, there is so much that we would possibly be able to do.
Yep. And I just want to put that nugget in that Own Bahamas is actually the perfect place to start that vision.
It is.
Because when you think about the concept of tonight and actually coming and networking with all of these creatives and these business owners, that is what's going to happen from here. You're going to pull your resources together and activate.
Activate is the word of the night, but we have Vusi Tembakwayo. He's coming, the last speaker of the night, capping off this event, bringing you the nuggets you need to get that business started.
I got to tell you guys, I'm here in a bit of a mission. I flew over 2 days, 21 hours and 23 minutes to be here. I didn't come to play. I came for two reasons. One, because they told me that there is no party like a party in the Bahamas. And second, because they promised me a Bahamian wife. So I just came to collect. I came to collect, is what I'm saying. Now, I don't know what y'all heard about Zulus, but I was at the pool earlier and a young man was saying to me, he said, "Is that all the hair you got?" I said, "Yeah, my testosterone all goes to the right region," is what I'm saying. I'm not pointing anywhere, I'm pointing anyway, shall we move on? I love entrepreneurship. I love business. Whereas for most people, business is about numbers, strategy, tactics. For me, it's a game.
Even if you are not ready for the day.
And for those of us who figured out how to play that game well, all we've really figured out is how to play the game better than the next person. What I hope to do over the next few minutes is to share with you some tools and strategies for how to play that game. Is that okay? So I'm going to do 5 things. For each of those 5 things, I've made sure that I brought evidence. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, if you want to succeed at this game called business, what are the things you need to know. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what are the different types of entrepreneurs that they are, so that you can decide for yourself the kind of entrepreneur that you want to be. The third thing, I'm a tactical what-to-do guy, and so I loved what my brother was sharing here just now before I came up, Sebas, giving you the actual tools. What I hope to do is to give you the actual tools of what to do. The fourth thing is I'm going to tell you what could go wrong, and the fifth is I'm going to tell you why. So let's get started. Let's have us a wee bit of fun. I come from a beautiful country called South Africa. Beautiful. If you've never been, go, and you'll absolutely love it. My relationship with business, though, wasn't, I suspect, what is the relationship that most people have with business. My own father, when I was younger, started a business and lost everything. In fact, I vividly remember the sheriff coming to collect my father's car because he had used our home to secure a loan from the bank to buy a car which he needed to run his business. And so when the business didn't work out, the sheriff came to collect the car. And my father figured out that what was coming next is the sheriff was going to come and collect the house or remove us from the house. So my parents decided that they were going to buy 2 German Shepherds. Really clever strategy. We had 2 German Shepherds named Boss and Giant. Now, I don't know if it's the same here, but where I'm from, when you have a dog, you give it a name that's a job description. You know, so we have names like Bite Him, Kill Him, Die Once. Was one of the most fascinating things when I started interacting with white people, when I realized white people give names to dogs that are like human names. We don't do that where I'm from. My grandfather started businesses, and my grandfather did marginally well. But when my grandfather died, his businesses died. For context, the country I'm from had a system of exclusion called apartheid. The word that you guys use here, the like way you say it, is apartheid. But basically what it was a system where the race you were determined the life you could have. So the miracle that I am in my family is that I'm the first person in my family to have a university degree. It isn't because I'm smarter than my ancestors, it's because the system was broken down by the founders of our current country, the likes of which you have Nelson Mandela. I mention all of this only to make the point that when I started studying us in business, I realized that we are actually incredible founders of movements. Everywhere in the world you go, where you find people of color, you'll find that we are fantastic at being founders of movements. Where we have struggled is to be founders of businesses that are multi-generational. And so what I started trying to do was to try to figure out, like, if you were to find a DNA of what it would mean for us to found businesses that are multi-generational, what would that look like? So think about Mahatma Gandhi, for instance, the founder of this principle of satyagraha, this idea of resistance that was nonviolent. Think about the incredible Rosa Parks, who I imagine actually, I think the way the literature is written is wrong. I think Rosa was sitting in the seat, they told her move. She said, nah, B. And then they said to her, Rosa, you gotta move. She said, nah, fuck that, I ain't going nowhere. That's how I think it went. That's how I think it went, And then they were like, ma'am, if you don't move, we won't move. She said, nigga, try me. It's Friday today, and I ain't going nowhere. Then you think about the incredible Nelson Mandela. I will, at the end, tell you a story, but I happened upon the privilege of meeting Madiba, as we call him, twice. Unbelievable human being. He spent 27 years of his life in prison. That's the story most people know. Here's the story most people don't know. During apartheid, black people were only allowed a certain level of education. Nelson Mandela, because he was royalty from the Xhosa tribe, could go over that level of education and achieve a level of education through which he became a lawyer. He's one of the first black lawyers we had in South Africa. Not only that, he then moves from the area he comes from, called the Eastern Cape today, and he moves to Johannesburg, where I'm from, and he founds a law firm. So to be clear, whereas most people see the guy who spent a quarter of a century in prison, here's what I see. I see a man who had the opportunity to get an education, got that education, became a lawyer, started a law firm, and then instead of just focusing on himself and becoming wealthy as a lawyer, he goes, something is wrong with the way my people are treated, I'm going to do something about it. Here's why that's relevant to entrepreneurs. Most entrepreneurs write the business plan until life happens. And so what happened with Nelson Mandela is he gets into the political movement. He then begins and decides that he's going to do something about the fortunes of our people in South Africa. Then he gets arrested. Now, during the time he was arrested, one of his sons passed away. And in his tribe, the belief is that if you have a son that passes away and the father doesn't bury the child cannot make it to the hereafter. So Madiba's in prison, and he hears about the passing of his son. He goes to the prison warden and he says to him, my son has passed away, I need to go bury him. And here's what the prison warden said to him. He said to him, if you will renounce everything you have said about apartheid, I will allow you to go home and bury your son. Basically, choose your beliefs or choose your family. And Madiba decided that he would far rather stay in jail than renounce what he believed to be true, that all people are equal. If you are an entrepreneur today, I came to tell you this. Sooner or later, your belief system is going to be tested. And what really happens is the plan makes sense until life happens. That's the beauty of an Excel spreadsheet, right? Is you plug in a set of assumptions and it tells you you're going to break even after 3 years. Every single business plan I've ever seen has this beautiful hockey stick. First we make no money, no money, no money. Then 18 months in we're break even, and then we're going to make money forever into the future. But life and reality simply doesn't work that way. So let's get started then. Let's talk a bit about this founder's mindset, which is what I wanted to come and share with you here today. Today, I run a private equity and a venture capital firm. This is the work that we do. We look for businesses that are great, that are founder-led, family-owned, that are legacy businesses, and we help those entrepreneurs scale those businesses. It's a great business. By God's grace, I've managed to do what I'd like to think is well. The opportunity for all of us in this room who are founders is that for the first time in a long time, there is more money today looking for deals than there is good deals. This hasn't always been the case. This is the easiest time it has ever been to be an entrepreneur. So the next time you're struggling with whatever issues you're struggling with, just remember this. This is the easiest time it has ever been. PitchBook says there is more capital today looking for M&As, mergers and acquisitions, than has been the case. So I'm a finance person. So what I like to do to win over my audiences is to give them irrefutable proof. And how do I do that? For any of you here who don't know, there are two ways you win over an audience with irrefutable proof. The first is you give them a statistic. Remember this now. Make sure that the statistic is to 2 decimal places. 70% sounds plausible. 69.78% sounds factual. The second way you win over an audience is to give them a graph. So what I've done for you, especially to the gentleman at the front who looks hard to impress, for you, sir, I've brought some graphs. This is the number of mergers and acquisition transactions that have taken place since the year of our Lord, 1985. It's the year I was born. 1980s babies, where are you guys? Let me see you. Yeah, you know, 1980s babies, we run the world. This is a true story. 1980s babies run the world because we are old enough to be analog and young enough to be digital. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember a time when we had a phone and the phone was the house phone. I remember a time when, did you guys have the rotary phone? The one where your mother stuck your finger in the dial and had to rotate it like so? Y'all had that one? Yeah, we had that one. We had that one. 1990s babies, where are you guys? Feel free to leave now. 2000 babies, where are you? You can tell them, the TikTok people, they've already logged out. Look at them. Don't worry, we'll send you this presentation in 30-second bits. 1970s babies, where are you guys? Yeah, so this is called a computer, and how it works, I'll explain it later. These are literally the number of transactions that have taken place. Here's what you should note. This is the number of transactions, not the value of transactions. In other words, more businesses are being bought today than has been the case ever in human history. If you don't believe me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break it down into 2 periods, and I'll compare the periods for you. So look at this. In that first quarter of a period, the largest number done up to the year 2000 was 40,000 deals. Until 2022, it was 50,000 that year alone. Somebody's building a business, somebody's scaling a business, somebody's selling a business, and somebody's buying a business. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. Why aren't we in that equation? Because that's the circulation of capital. People build something, they create an instrument of value, somebody else buys it, they create liquidity, they take that liquidity and they do it again. The reason is because most of us are taught how to start businesses. We're not taught how to build businesses that are scalable and sellable. So how do you do that? Well, the first thing you need to note, let's go back there to my one. The first thing you need to note is that entrepreneurship is not all the same. There are levels to this thing, as the young people say. My 15-year-old son likes to correct me. He says, "Dad, bruh." That's how my 15-year-old talks. He's like, "Dad, bruh. There's levels, bruh." So my 15-year-old son plays basketball. He's really good. He plays junior NBA. He's at the age now, he's 15, he's my height, and I'm not a short guy. He's at the age now where I can't muscle him out of the game. So what I do is I try to get one on him, I score a quick 3-pointer, and then I pull a hamstring, imaginary. And he's figured it out. So now every time we start a game, he's like, "Dad, bruh." He's like, "There's levels to this DNA thing, bruh. You were talented." I'm just like, "Universal soldier, bruh." I tell them all the time, I'm like, first, pull your pants up before you talk to me. And second, I ain't your brah. I don't know, maybe it's just the young kids. My father would have smacked me if I ever called him brah. My dad would have been like, I ain't your mama's underwear, what is a bra? So there's levels to this entrepreneurship thing. If you remember nothing else from our presentation, please remember this. The first level of entrepreneurship is where you are the professional. There are a number of us in this room. You are the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You are the barber owner, and you own the barber shop. You run the hair salon. You are the professional doing the business. That is to say, you have specialized knowledge about the thing you do. You deliver that specialized knowledge. You do the work, and the business makes money. What's your focus? Your focus is simply making sure you grow your customer base and more money comes through the door than leaves the door. Hands up if we're talking about you. That's okay, nothing wrong. It's about understanding where you are. The level above that is where you are becoming self-employed. Here, you have a trusted circle of a few people, 2, 3 people who are in your business that you've begun to give certain functions to. So you might run the accounting firm, but you've got somebody doing your administration. You might be the lawyer, but you've got somebody taking your notes, somebody going into the courtroom, taking the actual notes for you, somebody serving the papers. You are still the professional, but without you, there is no value. You are not yet an entrepreneur, you are self-employed. Now, most of us get to this level and we think we're entrepreneurs. Then we get frustrated because what happens when you're self-employed is your business draws all the energy from you because you are the energy in the business. The key here is to focus on codifying what you're building so that the business can run without you. Most entrepreneurs that I see at this stage have basic errors that they make, stuff like poor financial record keeping. You haven't even had somebody write down your standard operating procedures so that your business runs without you. You don't even know what KPIs you're tracking in your organization. Hands up if we're talking about you. That's okay, ain't nothing wrong. First, we are honest with ourselves, then we learn. The level above that is where you become a business owner. Here, you've written the rules. So now you've got a 3, 4, 5 man and women band who is a management layer that can run parts of the business without you. But to be clear, they can run parts of the operations without you. They can't do strategy without you. It's not hard to know if this is where you are, because what you will notice is your decisions are heavy to make. In fact, they are hard decisions to make. When I was at this level, one of the things I started noticing is I started suffering severe decision fatigue. Why? Because I had managers who couldn't make the operational decisions, so they only came to me when they needed decisions made that they couldn't make. But I only have a certain amount of cognitive load. I can only make a certain number of decisions every day. And so by 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm tired. Why? Because I just had to make a critical decision on strategy. Then I had to make a critical decision on operations. Then my head of IT phoned me and I had to make a critical decision on IT. Now I've got to make a critical decision on HR. And I haven't even had breakfast yet. And so what happens to a lot of business owners, this is actually where the literature tells us most black businesses die. We die here. Why do we die here? Because we fall out of love and into life with the business. See, until you get to this stage, it's all love. It's all idea and business plans and websites and automations and type forms and customers this and social media campaigns. When you get to business owner level, excuse my language, shit gets real. Now it's taxes. It's performance management. It's I hired my sister when the business was small, but she's kind of useless now, I gotta fire her. But before listen, I'm speaking from experience. Have you ever had to fire a black sibling? First of all, it's hard to fire black people, period. Woe be unto you if you are related to them. Because what actually happens is before you fire them, you need to call a family meeting. Because the real boardroom is your mother's kitchen, not your boardroom. And if you don't believe me, fire your sister. Find out what happens on Sunday when you visit mama. Find out. And so a lot of us die here because we run into this thing, and it's the language, please remember it, called the implementation fatigue. You do, then you fail. Then you do, then you succeed at one thing. Then you do the next thing and you fail. You take 2 steps back and you do again. You fall out of love and into life. The level above that is where you become the entrepreneur. What do entrepreneurs do? First, entrepreneurs write a series of rules for their business that are scalable. And then they scale that stuff. And then the last thing is where you become the founder. Now remember, I spoke to you about how we are founders of political movements. How do we translate that into being founders of organizations? Notice how even in the technology circles, they'll tell you that Zuckerberg is the founder and CEO of Facebook. In other words, they recognize that there is a differentiation between being founder and driver. This is such an important point. One of the greatest graces God ever gave me was helping me recognize that I am a phenomenal founder. I'm kind of a mediocre manager. And so my role today is I spend most of my time doing the visioning for my people, creating the capacity for my people, giving them the resources, letting them know what we need to achieve and how I'm going to hold them accountable, and then I get out of their way. But I had to free myself to be the founder rather than try to be the manager. Now notice, until I broken this out, how many of you thought it was all like one thing? So you're like, well, I'm going to start a business, then have 1 people, then 2 people, then 10 people. Because that's how the literature is written, right? The literature goes, I start something, then I have 2 people, then 10 people, then 20 people, then 100 people. And then you start reading and you go, hold on, somebody started with a pitch deck and went from 1 person to 100 people. How do they do that? It's because they started at founder level already. They didn't feel the need to go through it. Some businesses require that you go through it. Most don't. Most don't. Let me recenter. How are we doing? Are we still getting value? Excellent. So how do you do this? The second thing I'm going to tell you now is I'm going to give you a system of how to create leverage so that you can do this. I told you I flew over a day to be here. I made sure that I bring the heat. I'm going to give you this growth hack framework, and under this growth hack framework, I want you to decide where you are. There are 5 layers on which you need to build a business. The first layer of business is what we call desire. Desire-led businesses are driven by the desire that a customer has to buy something. But it's pretty clear, it's a desire. The second level layer of business is a habit-driven business. This is a business that's run because the customer gets into the habit of buying what you're doing. Let's take it a step back. How many of us here have Netflix? Hands up, nice and high, don't be shy. That's okay. So what happens when you first got Netflix is you had the desire to get onto Netflix. You went onto Netflix. Netflix is smart enough to know, I can tell you because they're a client of mine, that for every 30 seconds of Netflix you watch, they collect 16,000 bits of metadata on you. 16,000 bits of metadata. They know which part of the program you watched, which part you paused, which part you rewinded. And today, because the devices all of you have on your hands, that luminescent rectangular device is incredibly intelligent. The camera on it is looking at you even when you think it's not. So if you're watching the program and you turn away, that tells Netflix that you didn't like that part and you turn back. If you're watching that program and you smile or you do this, that tells Netflix that you reacted to that part. They collect all of that data, they anonymize it, they put it into a massive data warehouse, and then they go back and say, if we're making a program for people in the Bahamas, we need to make sure that there's more kissing scenes than fighting scenes, because that's where we've got their attention. Free will, my friends, is only an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. What, did you think you just liked it by yourself? Is that what you thought? Is that... No, comrades, no, they are watching you. So what happens with desire-led businesses, they get into a buying cycle. Habit-driven businesses launch a product that you use once and then you get into the habit of using. Don't feel shy, but would you demonstrate for us by lifting your hand during the time I have been here, who's gone up and checked on their WhatsApp? Exactly. Why? Do you know why? Because now woven into your DNA is the need to check whether or not somebody has messaged you. Somebody probably has messaged you, maybe somebody has not. Your phone probably didn't buzz. You feel the need to check. It's gone into your habit. It's kind of like the same reason why you brush your teeth every morning, I hope. For any of the smokers in the house, you know that when you get into a gas station, you guys call it, I think you call it a gas station. Yeah, where I'm from, we call it a petrol station because that's what they sell. Petrol. I'm just saying. Change your language. But if you ever go into a gas station and you buy cigarettes, what's next to the cigarettes is gum. Why? Because the habit is if I smoke, I'm going to have some gum with it. I'm going to have some gum with it. Third level are trend-driven businesses. What's a trend-driven business? These are businesses that exist over a period of time using a certain trend. Now, there are some businesses that are able to go over that trend. Most businesses can't. Fourth level is a culture business. A culture business. And then the last level is an image business. One of the things I have to tell you, by the way, is the farther up you go, the more margin there is. Image-led businesses make more margin, but they sell lower volumes. Desire-driven businesses sell higher volumes, but they make less margin. Let's test that to be true. Does an average Louis Vuitton bag sell more or make more money than, I don't know, each time you use your Waze app on your phone? Of course it does. And so one of the things you want to decide in those 5 layers of being an entrepreneur is what kind of business do you want to build? Notice, once you've decided on these things, you are then free to make the decisions that you need to make. I'm cognizant of time, so I'm going to jump through this part very, very quickly. The third thing you need to understand is for all of you here who are dealing in your businesses, you have to deliver an amazing customer experience. If there is one thing I think we can improve on here, it's how we treat our customers. It's easy to say, so how do you do it? I'm a how guy. So here's the how. Make a note of this. There are these 4 things you've got to do if you're delivering an amazing customer experience. The first, you've got to make sure that you're relevant. What does that mean? Second, you've got to make sure you're convenient. Give your customers choice, but not too much. Try the triage model, what we call the model of 3. Anything more than 3 choices, your customers don't buy because it's just fatigue. Any of you ever scroll your Netflix or your Amazon Prime or Hulu for like 20 minutes because you can't decide what to watch? You ever notice how the more channels they added on the TV, the fewer programs there were to watch for us? Why? It's too much choice. Way too much choice. Third, be responsive. How are you responsive? You have to listen. Now, entrepreneurs, hear my heart if my words fail me. You have to listen with the intent to understand, not with the intent to respond. Gents, I have terrible news for you now. Women are better at this than we are. I can prove it. Of all of the women in my life, I was counting the other day how many arguments I have won with the women in my life. My mom, my sister, my daughter, and all my aunts. I'm a fairly smart guy, I'd like to think. I've done fairly well. God's been good. I cum the programs that I'm in. I'm a cum laude kind of student. I know how to recall knowledge. I can retain stuff. I'm a smart guy. I'm a clever guy. I'm very clever. So then I started looking and thinking to myself, how many arguments have I had with the women in my life? And how many have I won? It'd be a great one for your app to track. And then I realized I can't recall winning an argument with any of the women in my life. So I went to my daughter, 13 years old. Daddy's little girl. Love her. Absolutely love her. I call her Memes. So I went to her, I was like, Memes? She said, yeah, what's up, brah? I was like, remember like the one time like you and Dad were like arguing about something? She said, uh-huh. And I was like, who won that argument? She was like, duh, me, of course. And I was like, why? And she says, Daddy, because you're a man and you guys like do it all wrong. And I was like, we do what wrong? She said, you know that arguing thing? Like you guys just don't know how to do it. So I said, what do you mean? My daughter told me this. Guys, listen to this. Changed my life. See, we men argue when the argument starts. Like if you and I, sir, are going to get into an argument now the argument starts. Now, I'll win it because I'm Zulu. But the point is, if you and I got into an argument now the argument starts. My daughter tells me that for women, the argument starts 2 weeks ago. We're just not aware of it. Is that true, ladies? She's like, the women start the argument 2 weeks ago. They archive all the information, keep all the evidence. She's like, we even decide how we're going to start the argument, Daddy. Like, we even decide. So by the time it starts, I'm just like, always ready for you. She's like, I know, if I start an argument with you just after you came back from gym, I'm going to win because you're tired. Listening with the intent to understand, not the intent to respond. Third, be relevant. What does that mean? Make your product and customer experience personalized and meaningful. And lastly, be reliable. Whatever brand promise you make your customers, you keep it. If you say customer service, then it has to be customer service, not system service. Not the system says, this is what we commit to you as a customer. I have a friend of mine back home, Ian Furr. He runs a very large business called Solvay, and they're like a personal care business. And he has a methodology and a model of how they do customer care. He says, if a customer comes in with a complaint and returns any product they bought, regardless of how much of that product the customer has used, they will fully refund the customer. I said, Ian, that's garbage. What happens if they've used 90% of your product? He says, it doesn't matter. It's called customer service, not system service. If we believe that we are for the customer, then we deliver on what the customer wants. Deliver on what the customer wants. Get a quick sense of hands in the room. How many of us are still getting value? Let's talk a bit about trend businesses now. I'm cognizant of my time. Any of you here know this man? The greatest to ever do it, am I right? 2000, this is a man called Michael Jordan. He's the greatest basketball player ever to play the game. So Michael Jordan is like great at playing ball, right? And then Nike comes to him and they were like, yo, we should do something together. So they take the Jordan brand and the Nike brand and they come up with Jordans. That they caught a trend. But remember, trends die. So if I'm Nike, what would I do to make sure that even though trend dies, my revenue line doesn't? Any of you here who lose influencer marketing, you'll find this fascinating. So what did Nike do? Nike went, well, what we're going to do is we're going to go Jordan. As that trend dies, we'll go Tiger Woods. As that dies, we'll go Serena Williams. As that dies, we'll go Colby. As that dies, we'll go LeBron. As that dies, we'll go Cristiano. As that dies, we'll go Colin. As that dies, we'll go Naomi, etc., etc., etc. So what I did is, I'm a finance guy, I actually went and modeled it. I looked at their financial statements. Every single time they launched a new trend campaign, you see it in that orange line, you see the massive spike in revenues. So they kept catching trends to drive revenue lines. Someone in this room is running a business that actually sells a trend. The product you sell is a trend. It might be a hair product, a eye product, a makeup product. And what you haven't noticed is you're selling a trend product. Don't let the trend product be the business. The product is the product. The business is the business. And so what you got to figure out is, while I'm running a product today that is on trend, what's next on trend? Because if you're not catching the trend is going to leave you behind. Am I preaching somebody? That fourth level was culture. That fourth level was culture. Now, a cultural business is a business that shapes societal norms. And so for us, the question is, how many of us have businesses that shape societal norms? And that last level is image, rather. That last level is image. I'm old enough to remember this song, so tell me if you remember it.
That's my car. That's my car. Ooh. That's Marbiette. That's my car. Ricky, you ain't never gonna get that car. Don't worry, you're gonna get that car someday, Ricky. Both.
Out of time. To give me some more.
Let's pull the two-seat out, baby. It's wherever you want to go.
Just
right.
Vibing to the music. Oh, this is how we do it. Oh, reason down the freeway. Oh, just me and my baby. And I ride just me and my boss. No worries at all. Listening to the
Yeah, I left him out. He ain't like us. He ain't like us. See what I did there? See what I did there? That was good, right? That was good, right? I came overloaded. We're out of time. Before I leave you, two quick things I want to share with you. Harrison, do me a favor. Ask the team with the deck if they can jump to that 20Q slide for me. I hope I hope you got a sense of my heart. So there are three things I'm going to do. The first thing I'm going to do is I noticed a few of you taking images of what I came to share. Sebastian, my brother, what I'll do is I'll take a full copy of the deck because I prepared it for us to be here, and I will share it with yourselves. You just went past it. I'll share it with yourselves. And what I would advise, and I'm sure you'll do it because you're a tech guy, is let's build a front end where everybody can go in and load their email address. Once they do, you'll collect the data, and then we'll send them a copy of the presentation for anybody who would like. That's the first thing. The second, one of the ways I try to help entrepreneurs think about vision, think big, and think like founders is to try and help them and model what the future looks like. Now, it's very difficult to model what the future looks like, so what I did, and my team and I, is over years we built this thing called the 20Q. Please load it up on screen for me. You guys can take a shot of it. And what it is basically, quite simply, is you download the sheet, and in the sheet there is a single page with a set of assumptions. You plug in the assumptions: sales, product, margin, market, and what it will do is it will build out the next 20 quarters for your business on your financial model. It'll give you sales, income statement, balance sheet, and it'll build your whole financial model for the next 5 years. So what you can do then is every single month and every single quarter for the next 5 years, you can have relationship conversations with yourself of accountability. I said we were going to make $1,000. Did we make $1,000? Lastly, last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys with a quick personal story. So I'm 17 years old. I've just won the world championship in public speaking. I've won it twice, set the world record in the 5-minute format. That world record still stands. For those of you who are wondering, yes, I am that good. And I come home to South Africa, and my family has received a letter from the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and they've invited me to come and meet Nelson Mandela. So my mom sends me off to go and meet Nelson Mandela. In my country, you wear school uniform to go to school. It's kind of compulsory. And it was during school holidays, and my mom dressed me in school uniform during school holidays to meet Nelson Mandela. I lost my cool cred then. It's never really come back. And I made my way through to the Nelson Mandela Foundation office, and I arrived, and I get to meet the lady at reception. She takes me through to Nelson Mandela's study, and then she says to me, "Can I get you something to drink?" My mother said, "When you get there, if they ask you if you want something to drink, tell them you want tea, not coffee." I said, "Mom, why?" She said, "Because tea is British, it's high tea, coffee is common." So I said, "Great." So I get there and I said to the lady, "Can I please have some tea?" And she brought me some tea, she brought me some biscuits, and I'm sitting having some tea, and then I heard, "Where is he?" Oh my man. Then my knees started shaking, and I knew he was coming. And Mandela had a very heavy walk. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'1" and a bit. I'm 110 kilograms on a good day. I bench press 180 kilograms. I can squat about 350. I can hold my own in a scrum is the point I'm making. But even at my height, Nelson Mandela was 6'6" when I met him, and he was on the way down because he was old. So I heard him coming, and he had this heavy walk. It was like, go, go, go. And he walks into the study, knocks on the door, opens the doors. He takes 2 steps forward, and he looks at me, and he says, "My son, come here." My father had been murdered recent to this, and nobody had called me my son since then. So he says this, and I can feel it now. And I'm like getting emotional. So I take a moment, and I leap forward, and I give him a big hug. He invites me to sit down, and we have an hour-long meeting. When my mom sent me to the meeting, she said, "Look smart, sound intelligent, don't embarrass me." Black mothers. And I decided the only way I could do this is if I said nothing but ask really good questions. So all I did was I'd written down all these questions. I spent 58 minutes asking him these questions. We get to the end of the meeting, and I've said nothing. So Mandela looks at me, and he says, "You know, they said you are a world champion, a public speaker." And I said to him, "Yeah, what, Dad?" He says, "But man, you have not spoken." And then he said, "Have you any final questions?" This was the question I asked him, and I will leave it with you. I said to him, "Data," which is a Xhosa word for father, "what is your dream for humanity?" And here's what he said. He said, "Humanity needs a little bit of faith." I asked him, "What is faith?" He said, "Faith is the ability to believe in the impossible, to trust the invisible, and to walk into the unknown. And so I pray for you, your businesses, and for your beautiful nation, a little bit of faith. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Let's give this gentleman
how it go
an amazing round of applause.
Thank you.
Great job. You know, you talk about self-employed and you talk about founders and you talk about really getting to that point of legacy, right? And then private equity and funding and everyone looking for capital. Outside of capital, when people are looking for that, what do you look for in an entrepreneur?
That's a good question. I look for how many times they've failed.
Tell me more about that.
It's just been my experience, but high achievers typically make the worst entrepreneurs.
They're not adapted to failure.
Yeah, because if your entire life you've been like, you know, an A student, 4.0 average, you ran in the track team and this team and that team, you don't know what no sounds like. So when you hear it, you personalize it. Whereas the people who are used to know, when they hear it, they hear not yet.
Wow.
Now, I should know this because I was a high achiever, right? So,
you know, it's interesting, right? Because you're about to sit on a panel.
Yes, sir.
And there are semi-finalists
yes.
that's about to hit and
yes.
pitch tonight.
Yes.
And how many of you out there would have submitted a pitch? If you submitted a pitch, make some noise. There you go. And so we will find out tonight that there are 2 semi-finalists that will be announced that will sit here. I'm wondering, how many of them have failed forward
yes.
to be able to convince you to win up to $20,000? The next question I have for you is when people go into entrepreneurship, they don't often think about the pillars that you just laid out.
Yes.
Not that they want to have a business established in 2025 with 30 years from now with 500 people. Sometimes they think that business is they're just going to be a business owner.
Yes.
What advice would you give the audience about their mindset about ownership and their mindset about activation today towards getting to the highest pillar of being a founder?
2 things. First, every single entrepreneur you look after, every single entrepreneur you look up to is not a celestial being. They were not made differently by God. They don't have abilities and capabilities that you don't have. Often the only 2 things they have is time and knowledge. Knowledge you can get, time is up to God. And so if you approach it by saying every single entrepreneur, even the one at the front of the cover, has nothing that I don't have. They have the same blood that I have, the same organs that I have, the same mind that I have. The minute you humanize them, you realize how achievable what they have done is. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say, and just, again, hear my heart if my words fail me. It's been my experience that God has a grace for me.
Come on now.
And every time I step out of that grace, I step out of God's path. So I don't look for where... So I don't look for where other people are. I look for where God's grace wants me. And so to anybody in this room, I assure you, numbers are the result, they're not the input. Financials are the result, they're not the input. Success is the result, it's not the input. The input is grace. And so what you want, this is my prayer to God every single day. God, keep me humble, keep me focused on the path that you want for me. Let it never be about the things I'm wearing, the things I'm achieving, the countries I'm going, or the people I'm speaking to. Let it be that I minister your word, and let it be that I'm walking in your grace. Because I know if I'm in his grace, then the results will come.
Come on now, let's give him a round of applause. At this time, I'm going to invite the CEO to come forward, Sebastian Bastian. And of course, I want to give apologies. Barbara had to leave, but of course, she was going to be a part of this panel tonight. Let's give Sebastian a round of applause as he comes. Lucy, you will take a seat there. Can somebody move this?
Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 semifinalists will join on this stage tonight to win up to $20,000. Will you please bring me the first semifinalists? Let's give them a round of applause. I have no clue who they are. Come on, you can keep it going, you can keep it going. They have worked hard. They might have had moments of failures, but they're here tonight. Come on, let's give them a round of applause. Let me help you with that. You want it closer?
All right. Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon, audience. My name is Laurent, and this is my business partner, Adrian, and we are the co-founders of Free Spirit Beverage Company Limited. We are, sorry, we need a clicker and our presentation. Yeah, we didn't get the clicker. Sorry about that.
It's up.
Not to worry, not to worry.
Thank you. All right, guys, so my name is Laurent, this is my business partner, Adrian, and we are the co-founders of Free Spirit Beverage Company Limited. We are 100% Bahamian-made, bar-quality, ready-to-drink cocktail brand. So, a little bit about how we started. Back 5 years ago, during the darkest days of the pandemic, when everything was uncertain, Adrian and I saw an opportunity with our shared love in hospitality, and we decided to start Free Spirit. We offered 1 liter size ready-made cocktails for delivery. And we wanted to bring a piece of the bar back to people. We were stuck inside and everything, and so that's what we thought would bring back some kind of hope to our community. And we wanted to drink as well, so there was that. And as things opened back up, it was rough because the demand kind of went down for that. And so we had to make a very hard decision, and we had to shut down the business. But that didn't stop us. We decided to regroup, save, think, and take everything that we learned and pivot. And so on May 10th of this year, we relaunched Free Spirit. But this time, it wasn't just about cocktails. It was about culture, authenticity, and a lifestyle. So what we realized is that here in the Bahamas, we take pride in our premium hospitality, but our ready-to-drink cocktail offerings are limited. They're either generic, imported, or just not culturally relevant. And people here, and the millions of visitors that we get from around the world, we want something convenient and something that's authentically Bahamian-made that doesn't come at the cost of quality. And so this is the solution, which is Free Spirit. And so what we have created is a premium cocktail brand that stands above the rest. 14% ABV, real spirits, real ingredients, no preservatives. Free Spirit isn't a seltzer, and it isn't a rum punch in a can. Free Spirit is your favorite bartender's secret menu item. Can. I'm a little nervous. I apologize, guys. But thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So, Free Spirit is cool. Free Spirit is well crafted, and Free Spirit is full of Bahamian spirit. We have two offerings right now, which is Life Sweet, which is vodka, passion fruit, lychee, and orange, and then we have Summer Water, which is mango, green tea infused vodka with peach and lavender. Cheers. Trust me, they're good. They're good. And so since May 10th, our relaunch, we have formed a strategic partnership with a local distillery. We have also partnered with Belief as our local tea supplier. We've sold over 2,500 cans direct to consumer. We've supplied thank you guys. We've supplied major venues such as Bahamas. We've participated in the SBDC pop-up, and we have sponsored Cheeseburger in Paradise and Abaco. And at all of these events and activations, people don't just drink free spirit. They talk about it, they share it, they sell us out, and they come back for more. So currently, the ready-to-drink cocktail market is booming. And here in the Bahamas, we just have one brand that's taking up space in this category. So that leaves us an opportunity to slide in and dominate locally and be a major player in Bahamian export as well. So our business model is simple. We sell direct to consumer through events and activations, and we're expanding into bars, liquor stores, hotels, and charter companies. And our profit margins are pretty good as well. We're at 54% direct to consumer and 31% retail.
Well done.
And on Tuesday, oh, thank you guys. And on Tuesday, we have a major distribution meeting that is going to position us to be in stores really soon. Thank you, guys.
Well done.
So right now, we are up against some global heavy hitters like White Claw, Ricardo, and Bacardi. And they just don't tell our story. I think that these brands are really good, but they have products that are bubbly and on trend. But Free Spirit is just a little bit ahead of the curve. While Free Spirit, I think, is the pinnacle of what a canned cocktail can be. While these brands are selling products, Free Spirit is throwing a party, and our target audience can hear the music. So it's Adrian and I way back in the day. And so he and I, even though we look super young, we have over 2 decades of experience in hospitality and beverage development. My most recent position being the general manager of a prestigious bar here in Nassau, and Adrian being the beverage director for the same company. We also are being advised by a master distiller, and he's been pivotal in our growth since our May 10th relaunch. So the ask. We are here tonight to ask for $20,000 and a 15-minute meeting with Sebastian.
Nice.
So the $20,000 is going to go directly towards equipment that is going to help us scale our production. And the meeting for us is about gaining invaluable knowledge about growth and scaling from one of the best, if not the best, Bahamian entrepreneur of our time. We want to learn how to take Free Spirit from what it is now to a world-class product. And so thank you guys for the time. Thank you guys for the opportunity. And I want to leave you guys with the Free Spirit motto, which is to drink responsibly, but always dream recklessly. Thank you.
All right. One Free Spirit. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it matched my soup. Let's try it out a little bit. Yeah. Any feedback?
Well, first and foremost.
No, I good. Oh, nice. Go ahead, Sebastian.
Well, first and foremost, listen, congratulations. This is actually very good.
Yeah.
This is actually very good. And you know, it's what I like about it is the part where you talked about where people can come and actually experience our culture, and you can make the drink, you know, a part of. If people come to visit, you know, you like to try the local spirits of the country, etc. And so, congratulations to you guys.
Thank you.
I think my questions would be: you talk about, you know, you do these pop-up events, and everybody loves it, and you sell out and all that. So, sell out is a good thing and a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
So, what is your production capability at the moment, and what do you want the $20,000 to do?
So currently our production is about 1,800 to 2,000 cans a month. But with this $20,000, there's a piece of equipment from this brand called American Canning. It's called the AT1, and it's going to allow us to get up to about 16,000 cans per month.
I see Sebastian's taking out his calculator and doing the calculations. I hope you got those numbers right. And one can for everyone in here, too.
What?
This is nice. Give me this ice, though. While they do the numbers, bring the ice.
Yeah, get some ice, get some ice, get some ice, get some ice.
Yeah, mix me up, mix me up. Mix me up. Mix it good now. While Sebastian do the numbers. That number's crunching over there, boy. I hope.
While you work that out, just tell me a bit about your unit economics.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Tell me about your unit economics. So what do you retail for?
Yeah.
What is the cost? And what's the volume you need to get to break even?
So currently our cost of goods is averaging to about $2.75 a can. And we sell for direct to consumers $6. And we sell to retailers for about $4 per can.
What does it cost you to make?
$2.75
And
per
do
can.
you run me through your production process?
Go
How do you
close,
make
go
it?
close, go
Yeah,
close.
sorry,
Don't
it's
do
so
that
hard
far.
to hear.
Yeah, it's all good.
Sorry.
Run me through your production process. How do you make?
So, like, just run you through how.
Yeah.
We batch everything. We have semi-automatic and manual equipment right now, and so we have a small commercial kitchen space that we use, and so we have specific days that we can, but everything is manual. We sit there, we chill everything, and between him and I, and we solicit some help sometimes, but we are doing everything by ourselves right now.
Excellent. And lastly, your Instagram page. Who runs that?
That would be me. That would be me.
Okay. All right, great. Well done. You've done really well.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right. And you said that you guys are going to looking to buy new equipment, and that's going to scale you up to 16,000 cans?
Yes, sir.
Good.
We're looking to scale exponentially because we feel like the demand is there.
You talked in cans. You don't sell by the case. It's not.
Yeah, we do. We do, but it's just easy for I guess to break it down by the can for everyone to understand clear numbers, because some people do cases as 12, and when some people do them as 24.
Okay, good. Good. Because 16,000 cans is around 600 odd cases, right? So if this the next step for you to go to the next level, 600 cases, when I divide that by the amount of months, it's still kind of low on a monthly. So have you looked at what is the level above that?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
So for the sake of this, we kind of just put it small, kind of minimize what we need. But we have explored the option of tiers of scaling, because as you know, in business, it's not clean. You don't get 200 grand right away sometimes. And so with the equipment that we're looking to build out our micro production facility with, it'll just take us to get additional tanks and these different things to add on to what we have in order to expand. So from 16 to double that to 10x that,
All right, good. All right. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask one last question?
Go ahead.
Run me through your current financials on your. How have you capitalized the business so far?
How we
funded your business so far?
Ourselves, we've done it just him and I out of pocket. We have an investor, small percentage, who's also helped us with some capital as well. But
so you put in your own capital?
Absolutely.
How much?
I think we have like 30,000.
30,000?
Yeah, I have actual numbers in our documents and stuff.
And your investor, how much?
He put in about, I would say about 12,000.
For how much?
We did him at 10%.
So 12,000 at 10%, $120,000 valuation at the time.
That was a 2020, yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well done, Let's.
Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Appreciate the time, guys.
Nicely done, bro. Nicely done. Love it, man.
All I need is your love tonight.
Yeah, put it right there. Put it right there. Don't go far. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. Fantastic job. I will stick with this. May we have the next. Let's bring the next semi-finalists up.
All I need is your love tonight. All I need is your love tonight.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
All I need.
The stage is yours.
Nice to meet you, Shivante.
Pleasure to meet you.
The clicker? Got it. Yeah, it's coming up.
Pleasant good evening. My name is Shavante Sims, and I am the creator of Scribe, an up-and-coming Bahamian-based media and publications company that preserves and promotes culture through media. Today, I'm asking for $20,000 in funding to bring my first two products to market. Tank Up, an adult party card game, and The Adventures of Kai, a children's book series that helps Caribbean kids see themselves in the stories they read. So if you give me a few moments of your time, I'd be more than happy to tell you everything that Scribe is. First and foremost, Scribe is a solution to a problem. Growing up, I rarely saw stories that looked or sounded like me. The books in schools, the games we played, they were all foreign. No Family Island stories, no tales our grandparents would tell, no representation of any kind. When you don't see yourself in the media, it sends a message that your story doesn't matter. Scribe exists to change that. Our books and games reflect our voices, our shared experiences, and our truth. So kids grow up proud and adults stay connected because representation isn't a bonus, it's a necessity. 3, Scribe is for the people. We're starting right where we're rooted, in the Bahamas. That's our first market. It's home, and both of our launch products are proudly Bahamian-based that caters to both adults and children. Tank Up, as I've mentioned before, on the other side, is a party game for adults filled with fun trivia, Bahamian lingo, and wild dares. It's designed to bring people together through laughter and healthy competition. On the contrary, we have The Adventures of Kai, my personal fave, which is a children's book series about a Bahamian American girl visiting her grandparents in Andros for the summer. It's designed to help Bahamian kids, no matter where they are in the world, stay connected to their heritage. Scribe is for the people.
Sure.
1 second, guys, sorry.
Come on.
Yeah, just for the people.
On the contrary of the Bahamian market alone, we are also going to be expanding into the Caribbean and the diaspora. The Caribbean and diaspora has a population of more than 50 million people, from Miami to New York, Canada to the UK. We plan to expand across the region through regional editions, partnerships, and digital content that celebrates the full diversity of the Caribbean story. Our foundation is local, but our vision is global. Scribe is opportunity. Every card and every page is an opportunity to put Bahamian creatives to work. From illustrations and editors to printers and designers, we're not outsourcing our culture, we're investing in it. Scribe is creating a platform where talent is seen, paid, and empowered. Scribe is gaining traction. The brand is built, the mock-ups are ready. I'm writing the content myself, drawing from my background in English and literature. We're securing ISBNs through the University of the Bahamas and to ensure that we're publishing professionally. I've also reached out to production companies for pricing and logistics and started building a team, editors, illustrators, and advisors with both creative and business experience. The foundation is laid, we just need the right push. Scribe is scalable. We'll start with the direct-to-consumer sales, but scale through partnerships with schools, bookstores, gift shops, and tourism outlets. Future plans include regional editions like Tank Up Jamaica, board games like Caribbean Pirates, along with licensing, animation, and podcasting. Scribe is a cultural media house in the making. And last but not least, Scribe is fueled by culture, but funded by you. I'm asking for $20,000 to fund final product design, illustration, editing, and packaging, website development, logistics for delivery and pop-up distribution, fair pay for local creatives. And finally, the Caribbean has always had powerful stories, we just haven't always owned the platform. Amen. Scribe is the platform, and now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Sebas, I bet she got you on fair pay for local. contributors. That was, I mean, that went to the belly. So, Vasu, Sebastian, any questions?
I think
Shavante,
it was
you came all the way from Freeport. Don't let your belly break down tonight.
Well done.
Keep your belly together. Let's give her a round of applause. All the way from Grand Bahama. You know they do it grand in Grand Bahama. Let the TV see you. Let the TV see you. Don't hide. Let the TV see you, and they see you as well. Wonderful, wonderful. Go ahead, Shavante. Try to get that money, girl. Answer them questions.
Well, first and foremost, congratulations. I think it's phenomenal what you've done. I think we, as a people, we don't preserve our culture enough.
Amen.
They sent me quite a few videos and presentations that were submitted, and obviously I shortlisted you because I think I saw the necessity to preserve our culture in a way that is currently not being preserved today. And also, you know, culture and history is always deemed as kind of boring, especially for, you know, the younger generation, and to be able to tell that type of story in a digestible, fun way, I think is the best way to preserve the culture, because we can put it in, you know, there's an old saying, if you want to hide something from someone, you put it in a book, right? So I think if we put our culture in books, and if we put it in games, and if we put it in all these different non-traditional ways where it's typically found, I think that preservation will be a lot more achievable. So congratulations there.
Thank you.
There's just one thing I saw, you wanted to use some of the funding to build a website. I think you could build that with Lovable for free.
Yeah.
So please, if you're selected, you can't spend any of the money building a website. All right. So my question is, I see the concept, I see the vision. So are you saying that you were going to do it locally and export it throughout those regions, or were you going to do the version of the same concept, but that version of that region? I wasn't clear on that.
So the plan is to start locally. So the stories are written by me. They are based off my own experiences. And so I would love to scale regionally within the Caribbean, but I want to stay authentic. So I would like to partner first with people in whichever country that I'm trying to base the stories off of before I go ahead and make a version of that country. So we're going to stay Bahamian at first, and once we're able to make profits and grow, then we're going to go ahead and expand.
Okay. So I accept that. I think you want to make sure you've tested the model and there's a proof of concept. But I think, you know, I think with the way technology is today and the access to information is democratized, right? People charge. Doctors lawyers charge the money they charge because there's scarcity in information, there's scarcity in what it is that they know. And you can find that across many professions. Artificial intelligence has democratized information. Information is no longer scarce, it's free. If you know how to prompt it and search it, you can get a lot of that information right now. Like, without even being an expert. And listen, my history and my knowledge of history in other countries is probably a C-, other than the countries that I'm interested in. But I'm quite confident that I can create the concept of what you just presented in any country using the technologies that are available today, because the information is democratized. So I don't want you to put a barrier in front of you and limit yourself to partnerships or think that expansion is what it was many years ago, because it really isn't. So I want you to just put that in your arsenal. And I think it's a very good concept, and congratulations on what you've done so far.
V, you talked about telling our stories. Culture. You could have a book in Zulu and all. My goodness. V, what are your questions here? This is tough. This is tough. This is Celine Dion say, this is serious.
Love your suit.
Thank you. I try, you know. I try. Silent luck, you know. Gotta show up.
So, what was happening in your life that you decided you needed to do this?
So I have a history of always bringing my friends together for game nights, parties, and whatnot. And because I love reading so much and I love my culture so much, I thought to myself, why not create something that's based on us? We have, when you think of a game night, people usually go for Uno or Dominoes or Monopoly, stuff like that. And I figured our culture is so rich and it's so fun and exciting. Why don't we have this for ourselves? So the idea sprouted basically from thin air. So I just kind of acted on it.
And what has stopped you so thus far from just doing it? Like having an actual illustration, having a launch version, having a website, and just putting it out there. What's been the number one thing that stopped you?
Well, Scribe is very new, actually. I just came up with this concept maybe 3 months ago.
Right.
I wanted to actually make the material first and test it out with friends, family members, other people in the community to see if it's something that's even a need or something that's even like a want first. And then the other thing is capital. So I've already done my research on funding. I've reached out to manufacturers abroad. My main thing is I wanted to keep it local.
Yeah. One last question. Is your distribution, and maybe I was unclear of this, is your distribution online or offline? So are you looking to actually print versions of this and distribute it, or you're looking to put it online and then distribute it, or is it a mix of both?
Physical cards. Eventually we can do online as well, but the main goal is physical cards. Like I want to actually replace Uno, Monopoly in the homes, and let's focus on our Bahamian culture.
So when I said one last question, I lied. This is my last question. So if you have the physical version, in your mind, how do you envisage doing distribution? How do you get it in the hands of actual customers to buy?
Can you repeat that for me? I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's okay. So you've got the physical version, and I want to buy it. Where am I going to buy it from? How am I going to get it?
Oh, okay. So we are basically looking to do a lot of pop-ups. We're looking to partner with schools, especially for the books, the children's books. We're looking to sell to a lot of tourist outlets, especially looking for some things that are deeply rooted in culture. Then we can also do, yes, exactly. We can also do online web, like that's I mentioned the website. We can do a website for consumers to buy directly.
Thank you.
Okay, V, hold on. Ain't nobody say phone, no friend. Now at this point, Adrian and Loren, can you all come up for me, please? Now, what? Loren is here. Loren, come on up now. Sebastian, now you know. I was looking at this in my spirit, right? So you know Big Bang coming, right? Imagine Tank Up and Free Spirit at Big Bang one time. Is this a party or what? And imagine, right? If you get one Tank Up game, man, that'll be dread. I felt that in my spirit. The Holy Spirit laid that on my kidney. All right. Final thoughts, final questions.
Okay.
The moment of truth.
So, obviously, these are two very phenomenal ideas. It's very difficult to choose one over the next, as I think both of them have a place here. But what I think I'm minded to do is I'm going to grant you 10,000 and grant him 20,000. And
Holy Ghost, say rock!
Well done, bro.
Thank you. The reason I'm not going to grant you the 20,000 and I'm granting him 10,000. He has a lot of physical equipment and different things that he needs to buy. And I feel that a lot of your success is going to come from online. In 2025, you should think digital first and hard copy second.
Absolutely.
Now, for the games, I get that. It has to be a physical game, but the books, like my daughter doesn't come off her iPad, but she hardly picks up a physical version of the same content.
Yep.
Right? So everything's digitized. And everything you do, digital first. So everything you explained here and presented to us, you can build a lovable app, load up your content, and you can be selling a digital version of that tomorrow.
Exactly.
So there's no reason for you to pause.
Sebastian, I could give us some advice.
Yeah.
Counter offer him and ask him for a meeting once a quarter for coaching. That's plenty money, girl. You all agree?
I actually did want to ask. I actually did want to ask for mentorship, but you're giving me a lot of advice right now, and I do appreciate that.
Sure. So we can have a session together, and we can also have a session together. And but there's one catch to your grant. We're gonna need the tank up boot at the Big Bang this year, right? And I want you to get everyone tanked up. That's the deal. All right, then congratulations. All right.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And I say, boy, my island's in the sun.
Two very excited and lucky winners tonight of Pitch at Own Talks 2025. I am sitting down here with Mr. Wiley. You just heard that fantastic news, something that you put your blood, sweat, and tears into, and $20,000. What's your reaction?
I am processing. It hasn't even been
it hasn't
even been 90 seconds yet, but I'm grateful. We did, Luana and I, we put in a lot of effort and a lot of work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And we did, again, like you said, start this 5 years ago.
Right.
This is a long time coming, beyond a long time coming. So I feel like everything is lining up and aligning for us to be right where we need to be right now. So I'm grateful for this opportunity.
Tell us about that experience with pitching the idea.
Well, we had made a video, obviously, to enter a few weeks ago, but we hadn't heard back, and so we just kind of assumed that they'd gone with someone else, or someone else made the cut. But we found out literally yesterday morning, that we were going to be here tonight, and so it's
less than 24 hours. You
Yes.
have to get that business plan. You got to get all those information together to present tonight, and you did a phenomenal job. Want to congratulate you for the great work that you did.
Thank you.
And once again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Own Talks Pitch 2025. Free Spirit. Be sure it'll be in a store near you very soon. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Bring 2 cans back.
Gotcha.
Yes, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And again, we have all of the participants leaving Own Bahamas. They just found out the winners. It's been a phenomenal night in terms of conversation, in terms of nuggets for your business. And Devontae, give us some takeaways that you thought about tonight.
Definitely one of the key takeaways is actually just getting up and doing it. You may have that idea. You could be like Alex and Moran. They had that idea, and they started in 2020, the year where we thought everything did change for us, and they actually just did it. And that's one of the key nuggets that I'm going to take away from this evening. And I think it was a pretty exciting evening. You could tell by all of the smiles that are now leaving the room that people have really locked in, and they are now taking all of those key points and those nuggets that were given tonight, and they're going to apply it to their business.
All right, thank you so much. We also have Scribe coming in. She's from Grand Bahama, a girl after my own heart. She presented. She's now walking. She is walking away with $10,000 tonight. Yep. We want to get her in here because obviously she's excited. But before she does that, Devontae, we are going to catch up now with Vusi and Mr. Bastian and bring you back in when our lucky winner from Grand Bahama is in. We'll bring you back into the conversation. So again, 2 lucky winners tonight. Scribe, Bahamas, she wants to distribute those authentically Bahamian games, whether that be digital or whether that be in hard form. And of course, she got some very good information from our presenters about what it is that she needs to take her business to the next level. I'll soon be joined by Vusita Makwayo and also Mr. Sebastian Bastian, who would have just heard those pitches, and they dug right in. I thought that we were on Shark Tank for just a few minutes. They were really wanting to get to know the nitty-gritty of doing business. How much does it cost for one unit? What does distribution look like? What is the case? Where do you plan on taking this business? What does that distribution look like? And all of these things, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, all of these things are things that you have to take in, are things that you have to consider, things that you want to look at when you want to monetize that idea. It's not just having a big, brilliant idea, but it's also how do you crunch the numbers? What do those numbers look like? Again, a room packed tonight on Bahamas. I'm sure everyone would have walked away with some vital information to activate. And for the first time, we had 2 lucky participants pitching their business ideas to a panel, Sebastian Bastian and Lucita, and they were able to give them some nuggets for success. And I'm sure those lucky winners are walking away today with a lot to think about, with a lot to consider. They are now the grand prize winners, and don't waste it. Don't waste that capital. Make some good use of it. It's a rare opportunity, something that is very challenging for Bahamian entrepreneurs to be able to get that funding. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Sebastian Bastian and Lucita. Thank you so much for joining us. A fantastic night. I want to commend both of you on the addresses that you would have made. Nuggets for some success, some tangible information that we could use. Those apps, I definitely logged that on and put my business prompts in there. And Sebastian Bastian, I credit him for introducing me to AI. I was very much against it, but now I am completely sold on the AI phenomenon, which now means, what does that now mean? Not just AI.
Additional income.
Additional income, and that's what we're looking for, additional income. Also, Mr. Yusito Bakwayo, tell us a little bit about your experience. I want to talk to you both about the idea being pitched. What did you think initially about these ideas? You were able to shortlist those ideas.
First and foremost, I'm jealous. I followed this guy for like 4 or 5 years, and you can pronounce his last name. I have no clue where to even start.
That's kind
right?
of my job.
Yeah, I mean, I just call him say V. You know, so I mean, kudos to that. I think there's never a shortage of aspirants and people that submit ideas, and it always takes we have to take our time and go through and make sure that we're adjudicating those applications fairly, transparently, and giving everybody that fair shot. And I think those 2 really stood out because one, they were going. They had a concept that we felt was, especially the lady with the book and the preservation of our culture. I think that's what's missing. I think it solves a problem. Our culture isn't being preserved as creatively as we would probably want to. When you think of culture, you think of history, you think of boring books, and you think of, it's like almost like eating Brussels sprouts. It feels like punishment, but it's important to know your history because your history defines your future. It's the foundation for your future. So I'm always going to lean towards, when I was growing up, I didn't have an appreciation for my history. I thought it was a boring class. It was like punishment to go to history, but then as you get older, you get to appreciate it a lot more, and the value of it. And I think that we don't have the luxury of waiting until people get older to appreciate history. If we can find ways to dissect the history or in a more digestible or encrypted in a more digestible way, I think we'll win this war because what stands between where we need to be as a people is being rooted in an ideology of where our foundation is from and how we can kind of shape the future without losing our past.
You see, I want to bring you in on the conversation. 2 very different businesses, both at very different stages of their development. Yeah. Totally different products. What were your initial takeaways from the presentations tonight?
First, shout out to Sebastian, I think, for stepping up and helping both businesses. I think that's huge, buddy. So thanks. I think that's a great thing. Secondly, I think I love the traction that the first group of entrepreneurs had already taken. They're off to the races, they're running a business, they're out of concept, they're in execution. Right. And in execution is when a lot of entrepreneurs run out of spirit. And I was so heartened to see how much spirit they still have and how much drive they still have. But what really stood out for me is that they asked for mentorship. And I think a lot of people don't understand how important that actually is.
Sometimes we want to do it all alone, right?
Let me tell you, man, that 15 minutes with him can save them 15 years of pain. Mm-hmm. And nobody tells you that in business, and only those of us who've been in it for much longer who realize that it's the insight, the information, and the knowledge that actually is much more powerful than the capital. Because even if you get the money and you don't know what to do with it, you're going to waste it anyway, right? And so, well done.
Same thing I said. We don't want to squander the money. How many businesses do you see go through? They start, they have that initial funding, and then they fall flat.
Yes, I echo his sentiments. I mean, one of the things, like in real estate, one of the things what I think makes our company a successful development company is that we've learned what not to do. Yes. Now, there's 6 million ways that you can do a lot of things, but if somebody can tell you, hey, if you go down that road, it's gonna hurt.
Right,
right. That is the most valuable thing you can ever do. And I think those guys have obviously And you can tell that they felt some pain, but they, like you said, they have a lot of spirit in them, and the drinks are actually good. The drinks are amazing.
Nobody bought a drink
The drinks
for me.
are good.
Nobody bought a drink. I'm kind of upset right now.
Listen, I'd rest mine right over there. I have my eyes on that.
Finish mine.
It's actually good, and I think if they can get the production up, the scale production up, I think that's something that can really hit the shelves. When you travel to a destination, you want to experience the culture. So if they could just keep that drink close to the culture. And the beauty of it is that, when you're dealing with spirits like that, you have flavors, right?
Yes. Yeah. So you can mix and match.
You can have your your generic flavors, which is exportable, and then you can have your indigenous flavors, where people come, they want to experience the local culture. They want to know what do Bahamians drink, what do Bahamians eat, what all that.
Because we always ask, every time we go somewhere, we want to be able to offer them something very authentic. You see, I wanted to ask you a question about, you honed in on a lot of key points that some businesses do not know about their own business.
Yes.
How important is that, especially when you're trying to attract investors and gain capital or grants or some sort of funding?
I mean, I was impressed by the fact that they knew their numbers, right? So they knew revenues, they knew gross margins, they knew net margins, they knew production costs. And for that kind of business, those numbers are everything. I do also want to say, to the point that you made earlier when we were on stage, in that kind of business, product doesn't win the market, distribution does. Mm-hmm. And I think what they figured out is, how do we get this product in the hands of the consumer? And so if you can get the product in the hands of the consumer, even to the young lady who came with the idea about sharing history, it's how do you get it in people's hands so that it becomes a part of their culture, a part of their habit consumption? Because once it's in people's hands, they will refer other people to it, right? So I think it's major kudos to the entrepreneurs. I don't know how you made it so that you got such two diverse businesses, right? Because one is like a knowledge business. It's a lot about heritage and sharing. The other one is like a
side of the fence.
Yeah, the other one is like a strong marketing business. It's got very complex distribution, like complex manufacturing processes. But these two young guys have just come together and made it happen. And there's a lot to be said about that.
There's advantages we have being a small island nation. So, we can get the word out relatively easily here in the Bahamas. You need one guy to post it, or you showcase it at, events like this, or, we have about 5 or 6 staple events every year.
Right.
And if you can get your product in the hands of that, those consumers, things can go viral relatively easy. Nice. So the cost of marketing here in the Bahamas, because we're a word of mouth culture. Yeah. Right. Everybody wants to be in the know.
Yeah.
I can't wait to tell people about my drink tonight. My free spirit, and boy, listen, it's really good. Listen, I've been pitched a lot of stuff. I've even been pitched spirits before.
Right.
I think that's sellable. I think if they can get the branding right and the trend going, the trend going, followed by the distribution, because what made me a little bit afraid is that success can be the enemy of good.
Amen.
Right, and you can actually have success that outgrows your capacity to deliver on that success. Right. So that's why I immediately went to that. To that
production.
Okay, that production.
Yeah.
Right? Because once I sipped it, I was like, all right. If we put some legs underneath this could take off.
And sometimes they don't realize they're a little bit under the bar.
But he had a great answer for it. Like, he basically sized his equipment needs based on the capital that was being offered, which tells me that he's in sync. He's not. Yeah, he's very pragmatic. It's not that he doesn't know that he needs a bigger machine, but he knows that he can't come up there and ask for $200,000.
He don't want to hang his basket too high in that.
Let me just add to what he said. A lot of entrepreneurs actually don't realize you can build a category and create competitors for yourself. That's what you're talking about, right?
Exactly.
You become so successful that other people go, hold on, I can do this.
I can do this on my own, right?
Yeah, and they might be better capitalized.
Exactly. And so what you're saying is, make sure that you've got the right capital mix, because next to the right product and the right distribution is the right capital.
Right.
So that as you're creating that demand, you can actually service that demand, right? Otherwise, you create a demand without the supply. Somebody else is going to fill it.
And mentorship is so important to zone them in on that insight, something that they would have not thought about had they been operating in a vacuum. And I'm so glad for Own Talks to be able to have these discussions, and now adding this new element where you get to come and pitch ideas and gain some insight on how to grow an opportunity. Before we close out, I want to talk about technology in business. We talked a lot about the young lady with her books and how she can integrate a lot of technology to take away some of the harder tasks, or which may seem harder tasks to her, to make that easier. Yeah. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, well, if you notice, OWN, over the 10 years, it's evolved into a lot of different tentacles, right? When OWN was launched 10 years ago, it just purely was it's a grant funding program. You know, we'll take applications, we'll shortlist about 10 to 15 people. We'll give them grants, mentorships, and a network, and that was it.
Right.
And then we added on the own talks because we wanted to scale, because we felt that, you know, the need that was coming in, the need is in the thousands.
Yeah.
And you know, just granting 10 to 15 grants a year wasn't going to basically, you know, put a dent in the demand.
Right.
So we knew that everyone is at a different level of their entrepreneurial journey. Some people need advice, some people need capital, some people just need that 2-line preach that just switches their mindset, that something clicks. I remember it was so much moments when one-liners just click for me. As successful as I am, I still get these one-liners that give me...
And the light bulb goes
give
off,
me that
right?
come to Jesus moment and be like, whoa! Right? So, you know, that's what it's all about. And then we expanded even further, and we have the own masterclass, which is the important part. You know, we do that kind of almost every quarter, where we bring in technology-based instructors, and we have a 2-day Saturday and Sunday forum where we teach them AI, teach them of all the emerging technologies, and so
add
that
a certification component, I think, too.
Absolutely, because we already know that, you know, even though we're in the local space, we can compete globally.
Exactly.
Technology has basically broken all those barriers. And we can export our creativity, we can export our technological competencies, all these different things. So the own masterclass is a very important tool in making sure that we upscale Bahamians.
Right. You see, I wanted to talk to you about technology as well. Sebastian always tells me, it can't be in no way in 2025, you still do it. And I'm like, okay. Let me see what it says. So your take now on technology, especially in the businesses that were presented today.
I'll say 3 things. The first is that technology has flattened the world. It used to be the world was round. Mm-hmm. The internet has made the world flat. You can connect with anybody, anywhere in the world at any time. And by the way, it's this little device in your pocket. And I think a lot of us, we're just in the wrong culture what we use these devices for. You know, I said to my own countrymen, like, if we were on the trends of technology, like we're on the trends of culture, the game would change for us, right? So the first is technology has leveled the playing field. It really, really has. So it used to be if you and I needed to build something, we would get some people in like Asia somewhere, we would write them a spec, we would send it to them, we'd wait 2 to 3 weeks, we'd have to give them $10,000, then they send us a demo. You can do that now, you know, and Sebastian showed it on stage. So the first thing is this level the playing field. The second is you have no excuse not to know. And I want to challenge everybody who came here today. Like, if you're still saying, I don't know, what's on your YouTube feed?
Something is definitely wrong. Houston, we have a problem.
100%. So what are you? Who are you following? What knowledge are you consuming? Almost every single thing that is breaking has an influencer out there who's sharing what's breaking, right?
Correct.
So find the right people, follow the right people, get informed. That's the second thing I'd say. The third thing I'd say is the world is your stage. This might be news to you guys, but the rest of the world actually wants to hear what the Bahamians have to say, right? You've got to export this culture and bring it to the rest of the world. So I would say, think bigger, think global, make sure that you're influencing correctly, consuming the right information, get the knowledge. That's the game. Get the knowledge.
Thank you so much.
You gotta let the algorithm work for you, not against you.
Let the algorithm work for you. He says it all the time.
Yeah, that's right. I follow the only celebrities I follow. One, DJ Khaled, and the rest is like, I have he's a celebrity. You click on my followers. I don't follow any rappers or anything like that because I know that when I open up my Instagram,
too, right?
I know that the scroll is going to get me at some point during the day, and I want to make sure that what's being fed to me is beneficial.
Amen.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Mr. Sebastian Bastian for creating these opportunities for entrepreneurs, also for Vusi for coming in, sharing some of those incredible nuggets, helping those who came in to pitch their ideas, build off of their platforms that they've already established, and hopefully we get to see great things from those 2 businesses. $20,000 to Free Spirit and $10,000 to Scribe. I want to congratulate all of the winners. Thank you all for joining us here at Own Talks 2025. I'm going to put a plug in Sebastian's there to take it to the islands. Next year we won't be in Albuquerque, we won't be in Exuma, even though we're watching it on TV.
You know, I'm a technology man.
Going to the islands, hopefully, because we've been getting the calls. A lot of persons on the islands, they definitely have their own business ideas that they want to share, may not have the opportunity to travel and that sort of thing. So bringing it to their doorstep. Hopefully, I'm working on it. I put a plug in there just for you people in the Family Islands who have been calling us nonstop about when is Zone Talks coming to the islands. It may be coming soon. I want to thank all of you for joining us during this broadcast. On Talks 2025, bigger and better in 2026. I'm Janae Noel. Devontae Hanna joined us earlier. Thanks so much. We are signing off.
Live from the Atlantis Paradise Island Resort, the Own Bahamas Foundation presents Own Talks 2025, featuring Barbara Corcoran, Vusi Thembakwayo, and His Excellency Sebastian Bastian. Get ready for a life-changing experience that is guaranteed to activate your passion and desire for success. Now welcome our broadcast hosts Janaea Noel and Devontae Hanna.